here we are, folks, once again, episode 37. Fantastic. Abomination Vault's goodness, Pathfinder 2e, even better. We're going to pick up where we left off. Episode 36 was quite exciting. A lot of combat going on there, some close calls. We've got a few characters on the brink, or at least one that I could think of. Marshall, you know who you are. On the brink of passing to the other side once again, keeping the tradition alive amongst those Death Wish fighters out there. Anyway, we're going to get started tonight with another good episode. So let's do our introductions. Got a new player tonight, I should mention. I'll let her introduce her character. First, we're going to start up with Althea. Rachel, introduce your character, yourself, and all that other goodness. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. Today I'll be playing Althea, who is a gnome cleric. She's kind of been with the adventuring party for quite a while now, although she did leave. She has returned and has gone deeper than ever before.
She has. Yes, excellent. Look forward to seeing what the little gnome, that is Althea Binley, and her little mouse, Binley, come up with next, deep in the underbelly of the Abomination Vaults. Kyle, you're up next. What are you doing, my friend?
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing on this fine, wet, dreary-ass Sunday afternoon? I'm Kyle. I play Marshall Barron, veteran commander of the Last Wall Army, here to avenge his son. A few other things we got in the works there. I won't spoil too much, but we're going to be a ganking and a spanking and a maiming. It's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, it is awesome. Thank you, Kyle. We'll see how you survive this one. You're
By the skin of my teeth, as usual.
Yeah, near death. Everyone else is pretty fine. How about you, Jesse? You're joining once again remotely tonight. How you doing?
Hey guys, I play Sheppy, the elemental fire sorcerer who's ready to burn everything he sees. He can't wait
Yes,
to burn Vault tonight. Burn.
Excellent. And Patrick won't be with us. He's taken a little bit of a short break from our campaign. He's been with us since before the beginning of this campaign. But he'll be back, and his character Farley Tell. And of course, our new player tonight joining us is Dizzy, Rachel number 2, or Ray as I sometimes refer to her as. How you doing, Ray? Feel free to introduce
I'm
yourself.
doing good. How about you? I play Alar Kingston. I am a half elf. I'm half elf. Wow, I keep pronouncing that wrong. I am not going to reveal what class I play or why she's half. I will reveal that later on at the DM's delight. And I'm definitely looking forward to this.
Excellent. And we're glad to have you. It's always good to have a new player, new friend to join us in this little adventure. Yeah, you'll be introduced at the appropriate time as the party explores deeper into the gauntlight. And with that, let's do a little recap. I think, Rachel, you're going to do a recap tonight. You'll get an extra hero point. Everybody starts with 1, so make sure in your character sheet you have 1 hero point. Rachel will have 2 if she does what I think she's about to do. In which case, go for it, Rachel.
Oh yeah. All right. Extra hero point. So last time during the Abomination Vaults campaign, the companions retreated to the safety of the study room, but Volok was still in pursuit. Just when things were looking grim, a tiny hand appeared reaching from behind a chair. It was a familiar hand, at least to Farley it was. It was none other than Ronaldo, coming to save the day. Ronaldo and Farley spoke of an escape, and with little options to choose from, and just by Farley's referral alone, the group trusted Ronaldo and made haste towards the library. Once they were in the clear, introductions were made, but something seemed off. Ronaldo responded and behaved as though he already knew the companions. And this conversation was interrupted when some suspicious noises were heard. From the northern doorway, a grotesque creature with long claws and gray skin stood threateningly, and it was actually later revealed to be a Mimnivix, thanks to Sheppy's, keen, knowledgeable skills. But as combat began, the companions soon realized this wasn't the only threat in the room. There were actually two spiders latched onto the ceiling that had revealed themselves when they attacked. Some of the companions, Althea, was caught in the webbing, unable to move, but Sheppy's flaming sphere cut through it like butter. And during this battle, you may ask, where was Ronaldo? Well, he fled. He disappeared. But he did return after once battle was over. He returned with apologies, and in thanks, he revealed a chest filled with healing potions before disappearing once again. So we kind of drank those potions, healed back up, and returned to the safe room cautiously. Where's Volok? Nowhere to be seen, but we returned to the safe room and found that Augie's body was no longer there. And putting two and two together, it was revealed that Augie was actually Ronaldo. So there were many questions that kind of arose, but the companions pressed on back to the dining room and figured they'd ponder those questions later. Because they had something else in mind. This was specifically the kitchen, where that puzzle was left unsolved. The companions all put their heads together and actually solved the swiveling utensil puzzle that was on the northern wall, and it revealed a secret door. And of course, their curiosity was piqued, and the companions walked through it, and they entered a stone corridor layered with bones and the smells of decay. As they pressed on, Sheppy decided to sense magic and got a ping, so there was some sort of magical presence there. But a loud screech distracted everybody from further investigating, and this screech was actually originating from two large spider-like creatures, which were identified as Scalathrax, which that's the very same type of creature we've previously seen at the cemetery. So the companions fought well, pushing the creatures back with fear and flame until they were cornered and eventually defeated, and that kind of brings us back to where we are now.
Yep, excellent, perfect. Thank you. You can go ahead and give yourself an extra hero point. There's a little message sent your way as well. Something I noticed.
Thanks.
Little sandwich action going there. Okay.
It's either that or be a kobold.
Mm-hmm.
Filthy goblins.
Kobold, a little gnome, and a grizzled orc, half orc. Anyway. All right, folks, we're going to pick up from that. Currently, as you can see, you guys are located in that little dungeon area, that little natural cave room. I have the torch token, the party token, showing your location. You could click on that. You got your light source, vision, so on and so forth. That's currently where you are. And this is the room where you fought that battle against these so-called Scalathrax creatures. You're recovering from your wounds and injuries, trying as best you can anyway, regrouping and regathering. To the east, you see the corridor continue on. There's two separate corridors here in the east. One goes to the north, east. One goes directly to the east. The carcass of one of the Scalathraxes lies within one of these corridors. You had defeated it, fell from the ceiling, and landed with a splat, burned to a crisp. And this is currently where you are. Now, before we get started, I'm going to need a marching order. So you guys...
I'll go first.
I got his back.
I'll be behind you then. Unless we think Farley should be nestled in the middle.
I think we should put the wizard in the middle.
Alright, then I'll be in the back.
Make a magical sandwich. Sorcerer, wizard, cleric. Like the 27 flavors of Baskin Robbins up in here.
As you gather yourselves in this dark, dank cave, let me actually open that up to remind you. You came from the southern portion of this chamber. It's a big chamber. The floor of this rough-hewn cavern is strewn with bones and scraps of metal and cloth. The carcasses of the 2 dead Scalathraxes lie about, one in one of the eastern corridors and another within the center of the chamber. Not sure what the bones are, what creatures dwelt here. Perhaps they were fed upon, victims of the Scalathrax. You can only imagine. It's dark. It's wet. As you travel, what is your exploration activities you would like to do? Oh, wait a
I'm
minute.
going to be continually casting Detect Magic.
I'll be defending.
Given our present location, I will be investigating. So that I'll use recall knowledge on nature, and I'll be using assurance. So that way it's always a 20.
Nature, did you say?
Mm-hmm.
And light sources.
Leave light spell on my shield.
Yeah, I haven't changed it since casting that on your shield.
As you gather yourselves together, looking to the east, forming yourselves up to continue the journey, you notice something. You all notice this. Farley's nowhere to be found. He was just here.
Where's the wizard?
I'll never understand that wizard. He's always disappearing.
I say we backtrack, withdraw, and find him.
Althea will actually start shouting his name,
Quiet.
thinking he's not too far or around the corner. Farley, where'd you go?
I
Hello?
don't have enough blood left to spend.
There is no answer. Now, did anyone go to the southern corridor? I mean, that you entered? I think you were backtracking, but,
I
Althea?
was gonna head that way and look.
You peer down that corridor. You do definitely hear what you think is footsteps, and they stop, they disappear, they fade away in the distance, Marshall. Could it be Farley?
Blasted wizards. I heard footsteps walking away.
It's probably going after Ronaldo again. He'll be
And-
back.
And as you say that, as the words come off your lips, Goblin, you hear laughter. And it fades off, and it comes from the east, behind you.
Ronaldo, is that you again? You playing tricks on us?
Silence.
Isn't the time for tricks, Ronaldo? Where's Farley? Where are you?
Hearing this and looking down the eastern corridor, Goblin, Sheppy, you can see with your dark vision 10, 15 feet down this corridor. There seems to be a wall. Different from the cavern roughness and naturalness, there seems to be some type of wall. Stone, smooth stone surface ahead.
Was this ground soft when I was walking on it before?
Yes, there was some soft, deep mud further into the chamber. It's not here where you're standing. You're right at the mouth of this one corridor that leads to the east. Remember, there's one to the northeast and one to the east. You're standing in the eastern one, and it only goes about maybe 10, 15 feet before it ends in a very smooth stone-surfaced wall, or perhaps a door. You might have to look closer. But that's what you
Sheppy-
see. And that's where the
Sheppy
sounds
pulls up.
came from. The cackling laughter.
Sheppy pulls out his rope, ties it around his waist, says, "Hold this. I'm going in. If I sink, pull me out."
Well,
Who
there's
do
no...
you hand it to?
Yeah,
To be-
Sheppy, which one are we doing here?
To be clear, you're standing on hard ground. There was
Marshall,
just...
you look. Okay.
Go ahead.
Marshall, you're bigger. You hold this. Does the ground still feel soft here?
It's sturdy enough. You're walking on it. You're not sinking.
Okay.
I guess I'll hold the rope.
I'll make my way to the door, or the wall.
All right. You see and feel dry stones and earth beneath your feet. The ground is not soft. The ground is not wet here. You make your way down this short little corridor, and you come to a wall. You quickly realize that this is no ordinary wall. This is actually a portal, a door. It's obvious to your eyes. You can see the outline above. It's in the shape of a normal door, except there's no handle. But you can see there's like, to your right, where a door handle would be, there is like a sunken oval indention in the door.
Looks like I found a door, guys. It's got an oval hole and not sure what it's for. Can I make a perception check to see if I recognize that maybe we have something that could fit in there?
Staying in character, how would you describe that? I gotta train you, Jesse. You begin to look, and your hands follow around the surface, especially around the area where a handle would be. You touch and you feel. And as you do, you begin to feel the door actually move. As you begin to push your hand into that little indention. You can hear the sound of rock on rock as you push a little bit harder. It's a door. You continue pushing.
Yeah.
Okay, what are the rest of you doing? Are you closing up ranks now and coming in behind?
Yeah, I'll be standing behind him, just holding the one end of the rope wrapped around my shield. Just
Okay.
because I can, just for funsies.
Okay, you all head down the corridor.
Oh. Althea's going to stick around the vicinity of Marshall just for light purposes. Where's the Scalathrax corpse?
I believe it was in the northeast corridor. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was the northeast corridor.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and that's where the carcass is. But this corridor is nothing here. I think there was a point where the creature did duck inside this corridor, crawling along the ceiling, but it vacated that and went up to the northeast, if I recall correctly.
Alright, then she'll just be doing a general search, kind of kicking around the bones and looking under rocks, behind things. But she wanted to take a look at the corpse, but that's alright. With the carcass.
If you want to go up there and look at that carcass, you can. It's just around the corner and, 15 feet away.
But is it darkness up there?
You have dark vision, right?
No, low light.
Hmm.
Yeah, so she doesn't want to step away from everyone and be out of sight, so she'll stay near and just kind of look at her surroundings. She's not about to run off.
Well, knowing that she wants to investigate the body, I will withdraw here. That way I'm shining light.
Oh, you don't.
both.
She doesn't say it out loud, but
No,
you
but
can
you're
see,
looking at it.
Yeah, you can see her like kind of leaning over and peering around the corner, like.
Marshall will withdraw back to the corner and he'll lean over and he'll whisper to Althea, Go take a gander, lassie.
Will you be okay holding Sheppy?
I have him on a tight leash.
I hope he didn't hear you say that. But thank you for shining the light over here. I'll just be 15 feet away. Don't leave without me, please.
I won't.
And she's carefully makes her way up there because she too felt how soft the ground was before, and she doesn't want to have any accidents. So she's carefully making her way up, holding the side of the wall to steady herself as she goes.
Feeling along. The ground is a little bit softer here, but you're not sinking. Again, the room there's water drips coming down around the wall. You feel the dampness.
Oh yeah, this area is supposed to be really damp. Yeah. You mentioned that last session.
Somebody sunk in there about a good 12 inches.
I don't have that many inches.
Nope.
12 inches is quite a lot for me.
Almost waist deep.
Yeah, that's about it.
Binley's just sitting on my head.
Yep.
Squeak, squeak.
Yep. And just to be clear, Sheppy, you're actually pushing in on this door, seeing what's beyond. Yep. You are. Okay, let me put you next to that door.
I've got him on a tight leash, Fritz.
You do. He also has dark vision. Let me reveal him so at least you can see him. I'll describe what you see. I'm not sure you can see that, Kyle. You're looking from... Yeah, there's a natural stone block floor and walls in what looks like a corridor ahead, maybe 10 foot wide, going north to south, left to right from you, Sheppy. And it looks like there's some kind of alcoves. You can see 3 of them along the far wall of this long corridor. They're 10 feet away from you. Some kind of alcove. There's something in there. You can see with your dark vision, but you don't know what it is. Althea, you go up to the carcass of this creature. It's big. It's frightening. Shivers run down your spine as you recall memories of this very same creature in the graveyard of Otari, overlooking the Dawnflower Library, that late, fateful evening that the undead rose. You also remember this creature appearing from a blue beam that came from the gauntlight itself. As if this creature was transported to Otari, to the graveyard. And a desperate battle was waged against this beast. You also remember harvesting oil from this creature. A shiver runs down your spine once again, thinking about this creature. In this case, it's thoroughly charred. It's a husk of whatever it was. It's definitely dead. You doubt anything could be harvested from it at this point. But there it lies before you.
Found what you were looking for, little Althea.
He gives it a kick and then scurries back.
Your little foot kicks at one of the legs and it snaps. The leg snaps and falls apart. It was burned and cinderized. Poof.
Very brittle now. I didn't think I was... it's just way bigger up close than I thought it would be. I just had to make sure it was dead and that, I just need to take a look at it. How's Sheppy doing?
He's holding the door. I've got him on the rope.
Maybe we should advance that way.
I say as I'm bleeding everywhere.
As you turn to leave the corridor and return to Marshall, you hear the sound of a chain.
Sheppy quickly closes the door. I don't want to pull anything right now. We need to rest. And I quietly close it.
Althea, you hear the sound of a chain coming from further down this corridor where the carcass lies. You stop for a second, but you definitely hear it. Like
yeah,
as if
I put my finger up to my lips, just like staring at Marshall right in the eyes, just like that frightened pause.
Get behind me. Right now, get behind me.
The Sheppy, you don't hear this. But again, you've pushed in that door. And you see that you're peering into this corridor running north and south, left to right to where you're looking. And 10 feet away from you on the opposite wall, you see these little alcoves that maybe go in about 3 or 4 or 5 feet. You don't know how far in they go, but there's definitely an end to them, and they're like little rounded alcoves that stand as tall as a human. And there's something in these little alcoves. You can't tell from here. You'd have to get closer, but it's something dark.
I'm going to close the door.
I'm going to do something stupid. I'm going to step up into this corridor where I heard the chain, and I'm going to take a defensive posture. Hopefully leaving Althea at the corner there. That way they're at least somewhat protected by the hallway.
Okay.
And as you move, she says, "Wait, what are you doing? We're not all together. I don't think this is a good idea."
Stay behind me.
If you'd like to make a blind perception as you stand there, weapon at the ready, shield at the ready, in silence, go ahead and make a blind perception roll.
If I stand here bleeding.
And Sheppy, what are you doing at this point? You've shut the door. Your light source behind you is kind of faded. You're not sure what's happening. You don't see Marshall.
Sheppy takes the rope off his waist and is rolling it back up. And as he's doing that, he's meeting back up with the party.
Okay. You go ahead and make a blind perception roll as well. Sheppy. Kyle, you can make that roll for him.
Should be on its way.
Sheppy, as you begin to pull the rope, you hear a scream. A scream of a child. And it's coming from the portal that you had just peered through. It's brief, and you only hear it the one time. At the moment, anyway. Sound like a...
Did you hear that? Did you hear that, Althea?
What
There's
are you
no-
talking about? I've only heard chains.
I heard the scream of a child coming from the corridor that I just opened. There's
What's
no
a
reason
child?
for... Yeah, there's no reason for a kid to be down here.
No, what's... I wouldn't trust it, Sheppy.
I
But
think you're...
I don't think I can sit here knowing and without investigating.
Marshall, did you hear that as well?
Marshall's not here.
Where'd he go?
He's
Holding
staring.
this corridor.
He's staring forward into the corridor, listening intently. Only you, Sheppy, it seems, heard it. If Marshall heard it, you don't know. He's not responding to you.
While Marshall's standing still, I will do a 2-action heal. If you stand still for, 6 seconds.
I don't know. Fritz hasn't told me nothing yet.
Marshall, you don't hear anything. You don't see anything. As you brace your shield and sword, you can see further up that corridor. Since you do actually have the torch, you can see how it winds up to the north there, the northeast, and then turns off to the left. If you'd like to go up that corridor, you can do so. But your friends are behind you.
Marshall's gonna look over his shoulder. I say we withdraw, find a safe place to rest. Heal up. I have a date with Volek. I
think we
will
should
pass
make our way.
judgment.
We should make our way back to the safe room at least.
Yes. I will pass judgment on Volek before we are done here. He attacked the little gnome. Sentence is death. And he'll sort of wait for everybody else to move out of the corridor.
Okay, and as you come back in front of these two portals, one leading east, one to the northeast, you all hear it this time. You hear a faint, distant sound of a scream. And it's the scream of a child in desperate need. You can't understand the words. It's a scream. But it's coming from behind Sheppy, the direction that he was investigating. You all hear this, Althea.
Sheppy, get that door open. A child in danger.
Did you get healed? Did you do that spell?
Yeah, I was casting it, but just if Marshall's standing still, then yes.
I'm standing still for right now.
All right, then I shall cast it. It was the 2-action healing, so just give me a second.
So that's what, 2d10 plus 8?
Um,
2 action would be a D10 plus a D8.
Yeah.
yeah, because my healing. But it's just I'm casting a level 1.
I gotcha.
Yeah. Normally it's a D8, but it's a D10 for Althea.
So it's
Nice.
18 in total. Because for some reason the level 1 spell doesn't give you the option to do the 2 action heal. Like usually there's a link in the description, but the second level one does. That's all right.
25. Marshall.
That'll take care of your wounded status. So you're no longer wounded. Oh no, sorry, that's magical.
Yeah. Farley left with the healer's tool, so we don't have a way to do that unless you're fully healed and you rest 10 minutes.
Seems like withdrawing's going to have to wait. We have a child down here.
I think we should investigate, but quietly, and we should be smart about it.
All
I
right,
think we
Marsh.
should try to hide.
Have you seen me go?
I said try.
Okay, as a group, you're already moving at half rate, but you're using different exploration activities. If y'all want to use stealth as a group, you can do that.
I'll give it a try.
In which case, all 3 of you can make a stealth roll blind, and I'll record those, and that will be your exploration activity until you say otherwise. Now your movement will be even slower, less than half because of this, because you're actually sneaking, you're moving.
Make sure to avoid all those bones and all the rocks. Stay
Right.
out of sight.
As you form ranks and head towards the door with Marshall in the lead, Sheppy, Althea watching the back of the group, you begin to proceed back towards this secret door that was kind of hidden. Doesn't look like a door, but Sheppy spotted it. And you begin,
Chippy shows Marshall how to open it.
Thank you, little goblin.
and as you push on the little hole in the where a door handle would be, it opens and you can see. Let me make your tokens invisible now. You could see into this corridor running north and west. I'm gonna bring
Maybe
your.
I could take a peek with my dark vision before you go in. Sheppy's gonna peek around the corner with his dark vision.
Okay, I'll bring the group in just slightly. You're not actually
Oh boy,
there.
maybe we should turn the light down and have Sheppy lead.
It's either end the spell or keep it up.
Oh boy. Blue
I
light.
ask my companions. Sheppy, would you be able to lead us through as we're trying to kind of quietly maneuver our way? I think the light might give us away.
Then how would we
Sheppy's
see
fine
if
with
a
that.
fight breaks out?
Don't worry, I can recast it.
Here, hold my rope. In case we get separated.
Right,
I will
Althea
take the
takes a
rope.
Althea takes a free hand and grabs the rope too.
I'll take the rope and loop it around my shield and sort of tie it off. Very short rope there, Sheppy, probably about 5 feet in between us.
Alright. So from what I can see, there's blue light to the south.
Should be avoided at all costs.
Yeah, and stairs going down. Never a good thing. I guess we're gonna go north.
All right, you're proceeding into the chamber. Marshall, you're still in the lead?
Yeah. Well, no, Shep is, because
All right,
he's
Shep.
got dark vision, and Althea dropped light.
All right, and you got a rope tied around his waist.
Yep, and a very short leash on everybody.
And we're sneaking.
Okay. You step into this chamber. The ceiling of this wide hall rises unusually high from most chambers you've been in so far. Perhaps a height of 20, 25 feet above. Stone. It's clear now, Sheppy. You can see what's in those alcoves. Stone sarcophagi. Carved with tormented, emaciated figures. Standing upright in these alcoves. Along both walls. You see this now. To the northeast, you see a crumbled portion of the wall, a 15-foot wide portion of this wall. It has crumbled away, and you can see a series of ledges that go further to the east, so it's kind of like a little corridor. However, to the right, to the south, eerie blue lights glow. There is a slight hum. To the north, you see another light. Another glowing blue light. Not as bright or constant as the one to the south, where there seems to be a set of steps descending. But you do see another blue light to the north, which is to your left, essentially. The light to the north.
It looks dangerous.
The light to the north flickers more than the one to the south. But regardless, there were blue lights to north and south. And you notice this as you step into the corridor. So with Sheppy in the lead, stealthing along, keeping in mind, somebody's got a light here going, right?
No.
No,
We
That
put
was
it.
all right.
Yeah, just for the sake of,
All right.
not giving away our position. But Sheppy is guiding us.
Right. Okay, I see what's going on here. So Sheppy with his dark vision and everybody else basically in complete blackness.
That's why we have a rope tied around us.
Yeah. You have the blind condition, essentially. But yeah, you're leading the party, Sheppy, and this is, well, everybody can see the blue light. You can see that. So there is some light source for you and some shadows that are produced. But Sheppy, only you can see the details I revealed regarding the sarcophagi in these alcoves. And it looks like every alcove has one of these shapes within it.
Can I identify?
You'd have to go up and investigate one of them. It's just as you pull away from this portal that you entered this corridor that you realize, as you look behind you and your fellows come in, you can see that this passage, this portal, this doorway is actually one of those alcoves. This was, in fact, a secret door. Totally indistinguishable from the other alcoves. But there was no carcass here. There was no body, I should say. Sarcophagi. It is, in fact, empty, except for your friends passing through it. This is a secret passage.
What do you think, guys? Do we want to proceed, or do we want to heal up more?
Whichever route gets us closer to Volek, I will be fine with.
I don't think this way goes to Volek.
This might be in too deep. Maybe we should regroup.
And as you debate this, your voices carrying along the passage, you see shapes coming from the south. Within that blue glow, you see the movement of bodies. Ghostly figures moving about. You can see them in the distance. Yes, they're different sizes, different creatures. Humanoid, all. Ghosts. And they're swooping within this glowing orb before the steps that descend even deeper into the gauntlight. But you see them clearly. And you see, it looks like their mouths are opening and some silent scream. But you can't hear. No sound comes from them, but you see them. Ghostly apparitions.
Okay, let's get out of here.
A stone falls. You hear it coming from the north. A crash, off in the distance. And as you all peer up to the north, you see the glow get brighter. And then quickly fade, almost to the point where you can't see it. But there's a flickering blue light coming from the north, some distance away. Alara.
I'm here.
You're wet. You're miserable. You're not sure what's happening. You've snuck your way across these stones. Treacherous. As you take pause and you look down behind you, you don't see shadows pursuing you. You don't hear the howls. But you notice that the steps, there's like natural steps in this corridor where you stand. Natural steps. And as you reach the top, where you see light coming from, you do in fact hear voices. One sounds raspy and fast. Another high-pitched and friendly. Another one grim, determined. You cannot tell if there's more, but you definitely sense the presence of more than one voice. What do you do? Would you like to move forward through the rocks, Alara? Peer into the beyond where this light source is coming? Or perhaps fade back into the shadows from where you stand?
I'm gonna head towards the light. Hearing the voices that are within it. I'm gonna try and see if maybe they're talking in possibly Necro? Maybe?
You can't really tell the words, but you don't recognize any particular language at this moment. But if you'd like to make a blind perception roll while remaining stealthy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You can do so. Make a blind perception roll.
Okay.
Okay, now I'd like you're stepping closer, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now there's plenty of rocks strewn about and some big rocks that you can hide behind. So, to be clear here, are you moving forward? You did mention you're moving closer in towards that light, maybe catch a glimpse of its source. You are moving, correct?
Yes.
All right, in that case, give me another stealth roll as you sneak forward from your shadowy position. blind stealth.
Okay.
Although the ground is a little bit slippery, you are wet and damp from crawling out of the water. You keep your footing. You manage to get behind this one particular series of blocks, stone blocks, that's in front of you. Just big enough to hide your stature. And you peer beyond it. You can see that this is some type of corridor. To the south, to your left, you see movement. Your vision allows you to see the shapes moving about, the sources of these voices and sounds. Two small creatures. Goblin dwarfs. Very small, it couldn't be dwarves. But one is large, weapons drawn. And they stand there. It looks like the large one has a prisoner. Some type of rope or chain is wound around the one smaller creature. His sword drawn, looking grim. But they are the source of the sounds. You see to the south blue lights, a big, large, glowing blue light. What do you do?
I am going to look at the one that's holding the binding, so the smaller one. Something just does not feel. It feels off, like there's not something added up to it. So she's looking each one over. Maybe they're travelers, maybe they're adventurers. She doesn't exactly know, but she's trying to get a sense about them, see if maybe they might be possibly familiar to her.
You don't recognize any of them, but as you watch and listen, you do hear the voices much clearer now. They seem to be speaking in common. You can understand them. The soft, friendly voice speaks of great concern. They speak of turning back, resting, recuperating. Althea, the sounds that drew your attention to the north. As you peer to the north, something catches your eye. You see movement. There, amongst the rocks, in that corridor that goes to the northeast, out of this chamber, you see something attempting to hide from your keen eyesight. Not so keen because you have no light source. Let's change that and retcon it to Sheppy. Sorry. Sheppy, your keen dark vision catches movement in that corridor. And you do see movement. A shadowy figure is attempting to hide out of sight. How do you react?
You there, Sheppy?
Sorry, I'm role playing without it on. Sheppy says, I see somebody coming out of the darkness.
Light on my shield now.
How many legs does it have? Is it spider-like like the others, the Scalathrax?
It has two. Looks like it. Kind of like Farley, but not.
Okay, so I revealed some tokens there. Everybody should be able to see this is what is happening currently and where you're positioned. As you speak these things, Sheppy, you pick up on this, Alara. These individuals are right in front of you, 15, 20 feet away, and it seems they have caught your eye. What do you do, Alara? You've been found out.
Halfway between fear of what they might do to me if they found out what I am, and curiosity, wanting to know who they are. I stand there standing probably for a moment or two. And before I can stop myself, I literally blurt out, "Hello?"
I'm
Who goes
lowering
there?
I'm lowering my shield for you, Althea, to put some light on it.
I cast it. You just hear the whispers of my spell in response to your hello.
State your business.
Laura, as you stand up and reveal yourself, you hear a loud, almost explosive crash some 15 feet behind you, directly behind you. Something in one of these, along the wall, you can't tell what it is, but it looks like along these walls there's these little alcoves of sorts. Behind you is a loud crash, and as you stand up and turn abruptly to look briefly behind you, your vision allows you to see that something exploded out of the wall itself, as far as you can tell, directly behind you, 15 feet away. You hear a horrible sound and growl from behind you, and there you see these arms reach out from this alcove, from the wall itself. Now, ping where this is coming from. Along the wall closest to where you are, directly behind you. I did reveal something. I don't know if you can see it, but I'm not going to reveal it completely. And with that, everybody is going to roll initiative, as something grave has just happened. This explosion, you all hear it. And Sheppy, you see it. And I believe we have a light source going now, correct? All right, let me put
Yeah,
a
back
light.
on the shield.
Let me turn the light on for Marshall. That's actually the torch, but that'll do. It's actually a white light, but that'll do.
How do I roll for initiative?
All
Right.
right. On your bar, go down to attributes,
Mhm.
and then click initiative perception, and then click roll.
Your initiative tracker, it's called the encounter tracker, can be accessed. If you go up to the right of the menu, you'll see that fist. If you right click on that, it will open it as a separate window. And there you'll see your token and and anyone else involved in this encounter.
I just rolled it in blind instead of public.
It should record. Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
You got a 22.
Yeah.
Tied with Sheppy. Who has the higher dexterity bonus? Sheppy, what's your dexterity? Alara, what's yours? Or I'll let you go simultaneous. You decide amongst you who goes first. That's fine.
Why don't they have this?
My dex is at 12.
Dex is at 12 as well.
I don't remember what officially it says, but I feel like somewhere I read that it's up to the players, and I think it was Pathfinder 1 that had the dex thing, but I could be way off. But it's kind of funny how you guys tied, like doubly.
Mhm. Okay, Marshall, you're in there too. Go ahead and roll your initiative. Everybody's using perception. Because you're being quite loud. You're not being stealthy at all. And the lights have revealed your presence. So there is no stealth here. Pretty obvious you went out of it. Kill that. Alright, I think we're all set.
Am I still clumsy 1?
I remember. What was that from?
Was that
I
from
guess-
the blindness, or?
I think it was the poison dart from the Scalathrax.
Ah.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's worn off. You can get rid of that. So let me see here. I don't think you have any conditions at this stage except wounded 2. Yeah, you're good. All right. All right. So
He
it's-
was healed. Does that
no, it
take
was
away
magic.
one?
No, it was
Okay.
magical healing. It doesn't take away the wounded. It needs proper healing.
Yeah. Ran off.
Yep, that elf once again. Him and his friend, Ronaldo. But anyway, so what's happened here? You've entered this corridor. You see lights to the south, glowing, flickering lights. You've spotted this individual, tall humanoid. You're not sure friend or foe, but they've revealed themselves. You've spotted them thanks to the keen eyesight of Sheppy, hiding amongst the ruins, maybe 20 feet ahead of you, but you see them. This female, she stood up at this point and said hello and greeted you. And just then, there was an explosion as something burst out from one of these sarcophagi. But not only that, Sheppy, there is in fact not one, but 2 of these sarcophagus that actually exploded. You can see clearly, one along the north, one along the east wall, one along the west wall. So there was actually 2 of them.
To the north of her?
Yes, to the north of everybody. Further beyond the corridor, towards the flickering, infrequent glow in that direction. And with initiative rolled, everybody's set up. You have your shield raised, Marshall, so you'll have that when you start. But unfortunately, you're not going to start. As I left the scene for some reason. Let me get back here. Interesting. Each scene has their own encounter tracker. Okay, let's begin this. Behind you, Alara, there is movement as something begins to move from this explosion behind you. And there you see it. Let's reveal. This is what you see as you turn about. All of you can see this.
I call dibs on the longsword.
This is what you see step out. And it moves through the rubble towards you, Alara, with alarming speed. And a long weapon in its hand. It moves, and it strikes at you. I won't give you cover for this, but it does actually move close enough to attack you. And what is your armor class?
17.
17. The blow is surprising. The blow is lethal. You're going to be stricken. 16 points of slashing damage from this blade. Interesting situation here. Very interesting situation. Yes, you took some damage there.
Yeah,
And
I'm setting it up real quick.
And as it comes towards you, you must die, you will die. We must protect and you will die. It speaks in a tongue that you recognize as Necrol. No one else, unless you have Necrol, can understand these words, but it is speaking as it moves on this new person in the group, Alara. So if you don't have Necrol, you didn't hear that, but it is speaking in some strange tongue. Now, before we go any further, I don't want to take up too much time with rules, but I do want to look up one thing regarding Alara, because I just realized something here. Which is interesting. Okay, I'm going to roll a dice for this because I'm not sure what to do. We're going to see what fate has to say. Okay. You lucked out in more ways than you feel, Alara. But yes, this blade pierces into you. You take your damage. It cuts deep and it cuts hard. And it comes back at you a second time. Now, I don't believe you have any weapons drawn, or do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And it misses. You manage to dodge out of the way. Just then, beyond the creature, there is yet another one. It closes in on you, Alara. You can see it clearly. But as its compatriot attacks, it pays you no attention. It moves on. Let's see, 5, 10, 15. It continues down the corridor, seem to be ignoring this new person who come into the scene. And it's advancing on you, Sheppy. And with this long blade, it attacks you. What's your armor class?
17.
17. It hits. It's going to do some damage. In addition, I'd like you to make a fortitude check. 8 points of slashing damage. And also make that fortitude check. Okay. Nothing else happens. These are nasty, glowing eyes, red and sickly looking. desiccated, nasty-looking beings. Alara, you're up next. You have 3 actions and a reaction. What would you like to do with those 3 actions?
Hearing the language that I'm familiar with in the most commanding tone that I can conjure up, remembering how I remember hearing it so long ago, I look the creature dead in the eye and I go, "Whose master do you serve?" in Necril.
Okay, you're just asking that.
Mhm.
Funny enough, it replies, "The Dark Queen we serve." As you dodge the blows of this creature, speaking this question and getting a reply from it. What else do you do? I'll count that as a free action, so you still have your 3 actions.
Now, having an idea of where this creature comes from, I'm quickly going through spells that I have from memory, and when I decide to choose, I will attempt to use Chill Touch on it.
Okay. Click on the symbol next to the spell on your character sheet, and it should put it in the chat so we can all see the rules and vote. Excellent. Check that out. Chill Touch. Siphoning negative energy into yourself, your hand radiates a pale darkness. Your touch weakens the living and disorients the undead, possibly even causing them to flee. The effect depends on whether the target is living or undead. So this is going to cost you 2 actions. It is a casting time of 2, so 2 of your 3 actions will be used. The range is touch. You have to reach out and touch the creature. There is no spell attack roll, so you do it, I believe, right? But the creature has to make a savings throw based on your spell DC, which is 19. So it would have to make a fortitude save with a DC 19 against the effects of the spell. And based on whether it's living or undead, the results of that roll dictate what the effect is. Now, are you casting this as a level? Well, it's a level 2 cantrip.
If that's the only level I can cast it at, then I'll cast it at level 2.
As a sorcerer, you'd have to have it prepared as that, or known in your repertoire as that from the get-go.
Okay.
I'm not sure unless you have a feat for that. You can't swap it out. It's always half your level rounded up. So if you're level 4, it's going to be always level 2. Now, as a level 2 cantrip, there is a heightened version of this spell, and I believe that kicks into gear here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it says heightened +1. Okay, so if you're casting as level 2, the negative damage to living creatures increases by D4. So I think that kicks in here, correct, Rachel? Or anyone?
Correct.
I believe it kicks in, yeah.
Yeah, because it's a cantrip. So, all right. But that's irrelevant in this case. All right, you cast this spell for your 2 actions. It's going to attempt to make a save and avoid the effect. Oh, it's a basic. As you attempt to reach out this glowing hand with energy wrapping around it, you try as hard as you must to reach at this creature, but somehow it seems to be quite agile and it avoids your touch. You have 1 more action. Now on your spell sheet, your character sheet, if you click the cast button, it should decrease your spell slots that are open for that level. So you go down one. Okay. Wait, one more action. What would you like to do? You can move. Unlike 5e, very few creatures outside of certain character classes like fighters have the attack of opportunity. Some creatures do. You don't know if this creature does, but you're free to move if you would want to take the chance. You don't know. You could also do a 5-foot step, much like in 5e. It doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity. It is just a 5-foot. Whoop. You defensively move back away from the creature, if you choose. You could also attempt to recall knowledge, which is an action. It's a skill check against, well, I'll give you a choice of things to check against, what's ever relevant. I'll say what skill applies, and you'll basically make a skill check. And in this case, to recall knowledge on a creature, it helps you to maybe identify and learn about this creature. And if you're particularly successful at it, you might even find a weakness or two. That's something you can do as well. And there's many, many things that you could try that I won't go into, but, you have one more action.
You could also cast shield if she was feeling a bit more defensive.
If you
I
have
was actually getting ready to ask that, but you beat me to it.
Okay. Shield spell. Again,
Mhm.
click on the symbol and put it in the chat. I won't always ask you to do that, but sometimes I want to get you used to doing that. Okay. So yeah, you can do that. Let me see if I have a macro for that. I think I do, because I don't think you do. So what I'll do is I'll click on your token, and I'm going to apply the shield spell to you. And what it'll do is it'll automatically boost your armor class because you have that shield spell up. You'll see a little emblem appear on your token. You'll see in the upper right corner to the left of the chat area, in the upper area, you'll see a little symbol there representing the shield spell. It tells you how long it's going to remain. 1 round. And yeah, so you really don't have to do anything. It already factors into your armor class.
Yeah.
Let's see, go
And
up
you
a
can
1.
use shield block with it too, but note that if you use shield block, you won't be able to cast it again for 10 minutes. So like,
Right.
you got to balance which one you prefer. Having the AC the whole time whenever you need to use shield, or save yourself some hit point damage.
And I think shield block is described in the spell description. It's basically if you take damage, you can attempt to use a reaction to shield block and absorb some of that damage, but it destroys the energy of the shield, so it no longer applies after that, but it will absorb some of the actual damage you take. Okay, so there is that. That's always an option. So you're
all
good.
right.
Your 3 actions
Yeah.
are done. You're good.
And shield block is a reaction, by the way.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Okay, so what that means, because you have 3 actions and a reaction every turn, you haven't used your reaction yet. And the one thing you can use it for, because you use this shield spell, is the shield block. So if some creature attacks you from now until the start of your next turn, you can use that. You can use your reaction to shield block and absorb some damage. It's pretty cool. Okay. All right, your turn is done. As this creature avoids your touch while doing damage with its blade upon you. Sheppy, you're up next. This second creature, this creature of evil and death you sense, has made its way down the corridor, paying no attention to this new character that's entered the scene, and it's come upon you, attempting to attack you with this long, nasty blade. You're up. You have 3 actions. What do you do?
Okay. Pulling my spells there, Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle, get on the ball.
right.
What's the matter with you? Spellcaster in the house.
Kind you want.
All right. Let's see. This isn't good. All right. I'm going to cast Shocking Grasp. I'm going to grab its arm. Hopefully it has metal armor on.
Here we go. 25.
That's a hit.
Does it have metal armor?
No. It has. It looks like it's covered in leathers.
That can't be re-rolled?
3 points of
No.
electricity damage.
No.
All right, and then I will move away. I will move around Marshall there
James
to the other side of him.
1 second.
Very good, Sheppy.
That is good.
That's all we can do, Fritz.
Now, Thea, you're just coming out of the portal. You hear commotion. You hear voices. You hear that familiar sound of blade on blade. You hear the clash of weapons. Blade on stone, I should say. And these strange, deathly sound voices coming from beyond in this portal. You're up.
I can't see anything that's happening. What's...
Undead.
She peeks around the corner. Oh my god, it's right there!
You see Sheppy running for his life. Held by a rope. Do you still have that rope on you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's still tied. Would I have enough slack to make my movement over here? I think I just said Althea is holding the rope, not that it's
Yeah,
tied.
I think you can let hold it.
Yeah, I think only Sheppy had it tied on.
Alright, then free action to drop it. Especially now that there's some sort of light source, she can see her way. But, yeah, free action drop. She rushes over to the, east side of the wall. And she's going to, of course, cast a spell. And she sees this grotesque face and these figures. And she's going to take a chance and, I'll cast Divine Lance. So this is going to be good damage per my deity.
Of course.
And, I'm attacking this one.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a 27.
That's gonna hit it.
Yes. And here's my damage. It's 9 damage. So it's 9 good damage.
As you call upon the powers of Desna, the goodness, the memories come in your mind of her goodness and her upstandingness, and you generate this aura around your hands, and you aim them towards this creature, and as you thrust your hands forward, there's this glow that pierces the air, and Marshall, you see this, you feel this energy pass In an instant, this glowing white energy, and it explodes into this creature, and you hear it scream. You hear an ungodly sound coming from this creature as it kind of falls back, almost on its back legs, but it regains itself. And looks determined to move on you. Marshall. Excellent. You did some damage. Okay. Are you-
Awesome. That sums it up. Yeah. It's the end of my
Okay.
turn.
Excellent. Marshall, you're up as this creature is beginning to move towards you.
As I notify that it is undead, the eyes begin to glaze over, begin to growl loudly. Sheppy, you can probably hear it. And he's just gonna shout for last wall as he moves up. I'm gonna take me a swing at it.
Okay, make your attack.
28.
That's a hit. Normal damage.
4 points.
What
What
are
are your
you-
damage rolls, man?
He's,
It ain't
he's-
mine, it's just yours, dude.
That's the hatchet. He's using a hatchet.
That's all I've got right now. I don't have time to... I don't have enough actions to drop and pull out a warhammer here.
We could use that warhammer though. But I know what you mean. Sometimes you just like one action off. So close.
Now... Right, I'm gonna try something here. My hatchet has a thrown increment of 10 feet. Could I throw it at this upper one up here?
Mm-hmm. It will have cover. Its armor class will be a little bit better, but you can see it.
Basically, it gets my hand free. Yeah, we'll give it a go.
So every 10 feet. It's more than 10 feet away, so you're going to have a minus, I think it's 1. Is it minus 1 every increment or minus 2?
Well, the range increment's 10 feet and it's 30 feet away, so yeah, it's -2.
Go ahead and roll it.
That would be a 19.
All right. That is a miss. The hatchet clangs amongst the rocks and disappears from sight. You missed.
And then I'm just gonna shout, "Get to me, go!"
Okay. Your shield is no longer raised. And we're going to go to the next round. The creature in front of you, Alara, once again comes around with its blade in your direction. It attacks. With a series of slashes to the left and the right, one particular move catches you off balance, and it pierces through your arm. You're hit. You're going to take some damage. You're going to take 13 points of slashing damage from this attack. It withdraws its blade from your flesh, and it pauses just briefly for a second, and it begins to laugh. As it prepares yet another strike. Just to double check, your shield spell is up.
Yes.
And your armor class is going to be 1 better, I believe. That's what it does. 1 better.
Yep.
You can use that shield block at any time. This creature is about to come down hard on you, and it does. If you'd like to reaction this, you can. This is a critical hit.
Oh god, yeah, I'm using my reaction right there.
Okay. So it's going to deduct, 5 points? You could put that in the chat again if you'd like. Shield. And we'll read it. I believe it's 5 points. Shield block. That would be a reaction. You can use shield block reaction with your magic shield. The shield has a hardness 5, so it will deduct 5 from the damage. After you use the shield block, it ends, and you can't cast it again for another 10 minutes when you use shield block. You can use spell's reaction against magic missile spell. Wow. All right, so that's going to reduce the damage you're about to take by 5. So, you are going to take 11 points of slashing damage as this blade pierces through your flesh on your shoulder and just cuts deep into you. So that's going to take you to 0 hit points. So minus 11 from your hit points. Do that. I'll tell you what to do next. Drop that to
Oh god.
minus 11. It's okay. It could be a lot worse. Trust me. All right, so it says you're unconscious. Let me add some conditions here. I'll do this for you. I'm going to give you the dying condition. It's going to be dying 2. Let me increase that to 2. You're going to see all these new conditions apply to you. You're unconscious. You are dying 2. You are flat-footed. You're just a body laying there. You're blinded. You're prone. And your shield will wear off eventually. Well, actually, it's gone at this point. Let me get rid of that because you used it to shield block. Let me see. Does it have any other effect? Nope, just takes away 5 points. Okay. Yeah. And as this blade strikes you and you feel your energy of your soul be drained from you, everything goes to black as you collapse amongst the stones. Anything you had in your hands would be dropped and you'll have to spend an action picking it up. That's something to keep in mind once you recover, which you will, I'm sure. But you are now dying 2. Pretty bad position for you. If you're dying 4, your character is kaput. You are dead. But you can be stabilized. Now, one thing to keep in mind here is that when your turn comes around, and I'm going to change your order and initiative to 1 above the creature that just struck you. So at the top of the next round is going to be the start of your turn. You're going to make a recovery roll. And it's a flat check of 10 or greater plus your dying value. You're dying 2. That means you need to roll a 12 or greater on a d20. No other modifiers. If you are successful, your dying value is reduced by 1. If you get a critical success, in other words, 10 or greater or a natural 20, your dying value will reduce by 2. And in this case, you'd go from dying 2 to dying 0. You are now stabilized. You're no longer dying. And it's the same if you're going in reverse. If you fail, your dying value goes to 1 worse. Critical fail, 2 worse. In other words, you're dead because you reached dying 4. Now, with that in mind, because you have hero points, 1, you can instead expend that hero point to automatically stabilize. You'll no longer be dying. You'll be stabilized at 0 hit points. You'll be unconscious, but you won't be dying anymore. You don't have to make recovery rolls. So keep that in mind. That's an option. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I believe that was its first action. Yes. And with that satisfying blow, the creature steps over your body. And it advances towards you, Marshall. You hear its footfalls. It scrapes along the stone of its bony foot. And it's coming towards you.
Don't forget your attack of opportunity.
That's only for one bird leaves my range, Sheppy.
Well, he was in that square above you.
The other
then he
one moved down.
If he leaves
Okay.
the zone, he's not leaving it if he's still in it.
I
So
got
he,
you.
so he can move around the guy. Next, it's going to strike at you, Marshall, with this blade. The sinister-looking blade. And it hits. I'd like you to make a fortitude save as well. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Reactive shield. Enemy hits you with a melee strike.
Bumps my AC to 23.
Let me see what he rolled. Oh, it still gets through, but it was so close. He had a 24. Okay, so reactive shield utilized. You were still stricken. You will take 8 points of slashing damage and also make a fortitude save for me. I could make this roll, but I like you having the pressure on you. Let's see what you get.
I will hero point that.
Okay.
$27. You're muted, Fritz.
Okay. Forget I said anything because you didn't hear it.
You were screaming at me and I couldn't even hear it.
Oh, I was mad. I was going at it there. All right, there he is. I couldn't see the creature. There he is. Whew. This one creature, this bony, skeletal-like creature, this dark guardian, with its blade in hand, standing in front of you as you block the blows coming from your flank by this other creature that has now come upon you, Marshall. You start to hear the one in front of you to the north begin to chant. Low tones, sinister-sounding tones. Haunting chants, melodic, yet hauntingly so. Everybody, except Alana, must make a will save as these sounds fill the hallway.
Don't forget the Marshall's aura, Sheppy.
So everybody
+1.
Everybody make a will save. Althea, if you'd like to use a hero point.
If I fail, yeah, please.
You rolled a natural 1, so I recommend it.
So did I.
Marshall, you can also do so.
Already spent
Reroll
mine.
and keep the new result. Oh, and I didn't know it could be public. I made mine blind.
Yeah, you can. It's okay. Althea, you're good.
Yeah.
Sheppy, you're fine. These sounds don't disturb you at all. Marshall Bone, Marshall. Sorry, Marshall. You increase to expert when you roll a success. What was your initial roll? 27?
9.
9? And then you're using a hero point to re-roll?
I don't have one.
Oh, okay. So the bravery won't help you because you failed. However, anytime you gain the frightened condition, reduce its value by 1. Is that because of a critical success?
No, that's just whenever you
It's
roll a will save.
in addition to whatever you get, you always reduce the condition value to
By
1.
1.
Huh. In that case,
He ain't scared.
that'll be frightened 1 for you, Marsha. You can change that to 1. I put 2 on you. Plus, there's something else here I gotta write down. Interesting. Almost like a funeral dirge, these sounds echo in the chamber. And Marshall, though you've heard dirges before like this, funerals aplenty, as a soldier, these are particularly dark and menacing and haunting. And you feel it upon you. You begin to doubt things. You still stand firm, but you are somewhat unnerved by it all. The rest of you pay no attention. Either distraction at hand of the battle, you don't pay as much attention to the sounds surrounding you in this hallway. And it's got one more action, and with that, it's going to strike at you with the blade. And it hits you. Somewhat distracted. You're going to take 11 points of slashing damage. And make a fortitude save. Marshall.
20.
Okay. Sheppy, all is chaos around you. Althea rushes past you. You're hugging the wall just behind Marshall, who stands firm against these two creatures. No sign of movement beyond this position from this new individual who joined the fray. They seem to have disappeared out of sight. More concerning is these creatures attacking your friend. What do you do?
All right, open up my spells.
Is it flaming sphere time, or
Dun,
you
dun,
run out of
dun.
those?
I'm out.
Oh,
Do have a burning hands, which might do some damage.
yeah, that one's a pretty good one.
Yeah, let's cast the burning hands at level 1.
Gouts of flame rush from your hands. You deal 2d6 fire damage to creatures in the area.
I'm gonna use it with my meta magic so I can move the template.
Cone?
so I
Okay.
can. Yeah, I'm gonna make it so I can hit both the undead creatures without hitting Marshall.
Good call.
You could even put it right on the square of the monster above him, just
Oh.
like that. Boom.
Oh, that cone comes from you.
Yeah, but I have meta magic reach, so I could place it within 30 feet of me.
Well, that extends the reach of your cone, not the where it appears from.
Oh, okay. Well, then put it in front of me. See if we can do it.
I
Do you
think.
have like the text for your meta magic?
Yeah, put that in there, Kyle.
Yeah, I do.
That's one
It's
of
a
his.
feat.
Yeah, feats. Cone originates from you, your square, and the meta magic extends the range of whatever that spell is, though.
Which one is it?
I think we've done this before,
Reach spell.
and it basically turned his cone from a 15 into a whatever it was, 45. I think that's. I remember doing that, Jesse, and I think it
just make
extended
a
from
spell
you.
cone. I want to see if I can place it where it can hit them and not Marshall.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen though.
No.
Nah. All right, let's scratch that idea.
You're gonna have to pull that template for me, Fritz. Your monster tokens covering it.
Okay.
Well, you can move 5 feet and then cast it, right?
Yeah, you can
That's
still
cool.
move before you cast it. You can move all the way around them, assuming they don't attack you. But and try and avoid hitting your friend is what I'm saying.
Yeah, let's do a move action first.
Okay.
Let's get me as far up as you can. 25 movement.
Oh boy, you really snuck away there. Okay.
Now let's see if we can do it. I think it's still gonna hit.
How do I turn this cone?
Your mouse, the wheel of your mouse, I think.
All right, that's still going to hit from there. However, I think you can turn this cone in such a way where you can catch one of them. How about that's not gonna, you should be able to, I'll let you hit one of them. The one on the right of Marshall.
Yeah, I don't think I want to do that.
Or-
Yeah. That'd be such
Yeah.
a waste if you only hit one.
Oh,
That's a waste of a spell. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to cast a different spell. What do we got? Yeah, you know what? Let's do a 3-action heal. That should burn him. And give everybody some healing.
okay, 3 action. Okay. Everybody within 30 feet will feel the positive energy emanate from Sheppy. Go ahead and roll the healing. Four points.
That only rolled 1d8.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're only supposed to with 1d8. The advantage of 3 actions is the 30-foot
Everybody.
emanation.
Yeah, the
Everybody gets
range
that.
and multiple people.
That will be positive damage to undead.
Mm-hmm. They have to make a saving throw if they are indeed undead. A basic save. And what'd you roll for damage?
4.
4. Okay.
So that means Alara is no longer dying.
Yep,
Right.
she's gonna have 4 hit points.
Yeah. She'll still be unconscious, right? Oh wait,
Nope.
no, she won't be because she'll have hit points. Yes.
Yeah. She'll be able to stand up and fight again.
Yeah. That'll take a couple actions.
Not that one. Not that one, guys.
All right, Sheppy, as the positive energy flows from you, everybody feels the energy, and you're all going to get 4 hit points back. You also hear the screams of pain and anger come from these 2 wretched creatures attacking you, Marshall. They were affected by this in a very horrible way. Sadly, likewise for Alara. Though she is dying, she also takes damage.
Well, in Sheppy's defense, he didn't know.
He had no idea.
Yeah. If anything, I'd be like, well, I don't trust her now. She didn't take very kindly to the positive healing.
Althea, you're up next.
Just a nice little shout out to Sheppy. Thank you. I feel much better.
I don't.
This one behind me.
You never feel good.
Behind.
It is quite odd that she didn't rise and, regain some strength. Nonetheless, there are 2 enemies here, and they've ganged up on Marshall. I don't like the looks of that. So I'm going to actually cast Electric Arc. And it's going to attack both of them. Yeah, range is 30 feet. I can cast it. Oh. Sorry. I had it on blind. But they make a DC 20 reflex. So since it's basic, I'll just go ahead and roll damage. And the damage is 7 electricity.
Okay. 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 As the energy releases, it impacts these undead creatures. You feel them pull back and writhe, an inconvenience perhaps upon them. The energy passes beyond the one and into the other, and likewise, it is affected somewhat. And is that it for you, Althea?
Yeah.
Althea?
I also cast Shield on myself.
Okay,
Oh, I thought it was me. Sorry.
there you go. And Marshall, near death once again, or badly injured. You're standing your own. You know your friends are helping. You can feel the energies of magics you've witnessed before from your friends once again fall upon these creatures. You see them pull back and be affected by these energies.
I'm dropping the shield. So 1 action to unclip the shield, let it drop.
Okay.
Pulling the warhammer. And I'm gonna take me a swing at this guy.
Okay. 1 action remains. It's an attack. Go for it.
25.
25 is going to hit this spectral being. Go ahead and roll damage. Normal.
6 points of bludgeoning damage.
6 points with a normal attack. Pretty good. You feel it impact solidly on the creature's chest. It pulls away briefly, but it's still coming. We're going to go to the next round. We're going to go to the top of the round. Lara, what would you like to do? You can attempt a recovery roll. It's a d20 flat check. You'll need a 12 or greater. You can attempt, well, you can spend all your hero points, you only have one, to instantly stabilize. You'll remain in the initiative order where you're currently at. You'll be at 0 hit points and be unconscious, but you will no longer be dying. Your hero point would have effectively saved you. Or you could attempt to roll a recovery and keep your hero point. If you critically fail the roll, however, you will die, and that will be the end of Alara.
Spending the hero point.
Okay, you do so. I'll go to your token, and I will remove your dying condition. You will no longer be dying. Basically, what you do is you click on your token, and then those little icons in the right side next to the chat, if you right-click those icons like dying, it will reduce the condition by 1 until it reaches 0. Right now you're at dying 1. Go ahead and try that. Just right-click on where it says dying 1, and it'll go away. Right. Now, the only ones left on you, the only conditions are prone and flat-footed. You're still technically unconscious as well. That should still apply, but that's okay. You're not aware of what's going on around you. You're lying there unconscious, but you're no longer dying. All right? So you're good. As you cling to an amulet around your neck for some reason. More on that later. Anyway, so you're good. And also, I should say that at this point, there's a chance you might wake up during the combat, but not likely at this stage. Otherwise, you'll automatically wake up and become conscious if someone gives you any kind of healing. Yeah, you're stabilized. Okay?
All right.
All right, we're going to move on to the creatures. Question, in the encounter tracker, can you see the names of these creatures?
No.
Okay.
No.
I hadn't have checked the tracker, but I'll assume no.
Yeah, it's not giving them
Definitely
random.
not on hover.
It's not giving them random adjectives like it was doing before. I gotta
Oh
make
yeah,
a
you're
note.
right.
Must have that off. Okay. The first creature. It's going to weigh into you, Marshall. Its blade once again rises. It attacks. It sees an opening. You don't have your reaction, do you?
No.
It's going to critically hit you.
Plus, I don't have my shield anymore.
Exactly. It's going to critically hit you. You're going to take a solid 22 points of slashing damage.
I'm down.
And the fortitude is irrelevant. Let me check your... Okay, yeah.
Well, bye-bye, guys.
That will take you to dying
Oh.
4
I'm
as
dead.
you collapse to the ground. I will give you a chance. If
Can I sacrifice a hero point, like mine, for this final last effort? Unless Kyle really just wants to roll another character, which is totally fine.
I don't, but the rolls are against me. But...
As far as you know, all goes black and you collapse to the ground, Marshall. This creature moves towards you, Althea, after felling the warrior known as Marshall, and then attacks. It's going to hit.
Alright, so my AC is 18 right now, but if it hits, I guess I'll use my shield block.
Okay. It hits, and it's a critical hit. You're going to take 16 points of slashing damage.
That's with -5?
-5 will be 11.
Okay.
You do need to make a fortitude save.
I got a 26.
Okay. Go to Binley's page. His character sheet. I would like him to also make a will save, or a fortitude save. I'm assuming he's not on your head still.
No, but he has the same modifier, but it's his is 22.
Okay. It's good to check up on Binley now and again.
Yeah.
We don't see him much, but yeah, he made his save. As the energy from the sword pierces and cuts into your flesh. It is done. But there is another one of these creatures who looks quite satisfied at the fallen body, which we're going to get to in a moment. The fallen body, that is. But in the meantime, this creature turns about to see you. He had his eye on you, Goblin. And he follows your motion. And he follows you. And with his blade, he sees an opening. He screams as he comes down upon you. You manage to dodge just in time and out of the way, and the blade clangs against the stone floor. And in an upward motion, it tries to catch you yet again. But again, you deftly manage to get out of the way just in time. It could not get you, Goblin.
Sigh of relief.
Sheppy, as these blades rain down upon you from this dark being, this dark creature, what do you do?
Screams, pineapple, pineapple, pineapple.
Yeah, like if you didn't, I was going to on my first thing on my turn.
I don't think I could carry Marshall, but I might be able to carry this half-elf out of here. I don't know. What do we do?
I don't know who she is, and she didn't take kindly to positive whatever. Just in the heat of battle, Aldi is just spitting out words in response. Do whatever you think is right.
I'm going to pick up the half-elf, and I'm going to pop a magic item that I have in my... forget what it's called. It's in my equipment.
Inventory?
It is the...
Backpack?
Yeah, the bracelet of dashing. Basically, it's going to give me an extra 10 foot of movement for 1 minute.
Okay, so you'll get a
Extra 10 feet.
+1 bonus to acrobatics checks. Item bonus.
Yep.
As well. Where was it located?
It's on my wrist. It's worn.
Okay, so to activate it, it's an action. You command it in your mind to kick in the gear. Now's your time, bracelets of dashing. Show everyone the power I possess. And with that one action, you have 2 more actions to go.
I will pick her up and move 40 or 35 feet to the door.
You're picking up this stranger?
Yep.
I'm gonna need
Dragon.
I'm gonna need an athletics check. You're a goblin.
Can it be acrobatic since I'm quite acrobatic right now? I'll try to juggle her.
No. If that's what you're gonna attempt to do, no. Athletics, please.
17.
17. Okay, you're going to be able to drag the body. She's unconscious, so it's literally just like a big sack of dead weight that you're going to be pulling along. You're going to be moving at half your movement.
All right, then I'll be moving 20 or, 20 feet.
What are you normally, 25?
Well, I have dash on.
So plus 10, that's 30. I'm asking what your normal movement rate is. What is your normal
25.
movement? 25? So 35. So half of that.
So 20. Right? Or 17.
We'll do 20. 20's fine. Round up.
Okay. So I'm right there.
Okay. Okay. And that's going to finish your turn. So you, one action to use the dashing, and one action to pick up. Yeah, one action to do that, one action to move. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay, you picked up this body. Don't know who it is. Seemed friendly enough. Interesting anyway. Perhaps she commands these beings, these apparitions. They felled our friend.
They attacked her, so I'm thinking she's not with them.
Yeah, so bring the stranger. To heck with Marshall. Leave him behind. But let's get the new stranger. Terrible. Terrible.
I'm moving that to Althea.
Yeah, the gnome. Carrying these big bodies around. All right, so you're done. We're going to go to Althea. She is next. She's being attacked by one of these creatures.
Yes, and they've proved really, really tough, especially for our small ragtag team here. So the difficult part. Hold on. The difficult part is I feel like Althea would heal. She would try to heal everybody. But because she doesn't really know. Same way that Sheppy didn't know. She just sees that, healing the creature, or this positive energy damaged the creatures, and it kind of gave some power to her allies. Especially because Sheppy's pretty badly injured, and she doesn't quite know the medical status of Marshall.
Blood everywhere. Your medical
Well,
status.
other than like a mangled mess. Well, this is gonna sound pretty stupid, but I guess she's gonna try to I have a -1 athletics.
I mean, I'm dying 4 and dead anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I kind of wanted to disarm the creature, then run. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna disarm the creature in front of me and then book it.
Okay.
I got a 15.
Is that athletics?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. You got a 15. You fail to catch this creature. It is quite quick. You don't manage to catch its blade. Yeah.
Alright, I am just kind of disarming, like, with my hands, so... Alright. With that, then she will try to run.
Okay.
And she goes, Sheppy, this way!
So 1 action to do. All right, 2 actions to move.
So, yeah, 2 actions to move, 1 action to, disarm.
Okay.
And then she just doesn't move the full movement. She stops right there, just so she still has the line of sight of everybody.
Kind of pausing and turning back to see who follows. Okay. Marshall. Let me change you in the initiative. So, Althea, you finished the round. We're going to go to round 4. Okay. We're going to go with this creature. And as you make your escape, Althea, running beyond, you hear the hisses and curses from this creature in some language you cannot speak. And it looks towards you, and it begins to pursue. But directly in front of him has appeared Sheppy, carrying a large body. The body of someone you've just met before. But he stops his pursuit. His sword whips about through the air. You can hear it, Sheppy, cutting the air. And with a twist of the wrist, he slams it into the ground in front of him, both hands braced on its pommel. It looks towards you, watching you pull this body to make an escape, while your friend Marshall lies there as well, motionless. And it begins to hum. It begins to sing. Again, that dirge, the sounds of this horrifying musical dirge, fills the room of the chamber once again. You are going to make a savings throw, or attempt to do so.
I still have a hero point.
Check your distance from the creature, Althea. Tell me how far away you are from that creature, the one that was attacking you. I think you can still see him. Make a will save, Sheppy.
There
Okay.
it is.
It's 40 feet.
Okay, you need to make a will save as you hear these sounds from behind you in the chamber, beyond Sheppy. So give me a will save.
25.
Okay, you are both. Darn it. Sheppy, I'm gonna put that on your token. You are frightened 1, unless you have a feat that can negate that.
Nope.
All right. It should. Why did that not drag to your thing? Oh, there it is. Put it in the chat. There we go. Now I'll close this. Now I'll drag it to your token. Okay, so there you go, Sheppy. You are frightened 1. Althea, the sounds are horrible. They're terrible. They're frightening. You also are frightened 1.
Geez, if a 25 didn't do it. Yeah, definitely not ready for this area.
Nope.
Oh, stop talking, Meta. You're terrible. All right, you're good.
That's just what scared little Althea's thinking.
Yep.
These
We need to get
creatures
back
are
up.
too strong and dangerous.
Mm-hmm. All right, and okay. Okay, Marshall. Okay, another creature. You, goblin. It now speaks in a tongue you recognize, the common tongue. You will die for your intrusion. And it advances on you, stepping over the carcass or the body of your friend, Marshall. It raises its blade high over your head, and it strikes towards you. And it hits. It is not critical, but the blade does make its mark as you're pulling this body on you. You're going to take 12 points of slashing damage. You're at 21 minus 12 now. In addition, you need to make a fortitude save. As these blades cut into your flesh, you feel it almost wanting to draw your energy, your soul from your body.
Like that.
You can do so if you have the hero point.
I do. I haven't used one yet.
You better keep that 12, Sheppy.
Okay.
Can't. It's whatever the new roll is.
Actually, I allow both rolls, and you take the
Oh.
best. So there is that.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice.
So what happens
it is.
here? So what happens here? For our goblin. Is just that. As this blade pierces and cuts into your flesh, you feel your life energy drain from your body. You are drained 1.
What does that do?
Did it show up on your token? Let me see.
I did.
Excellent. Trained. Yeah, I'll get the cards out. I'll read that to you in a bit. You notice the creature as it strikes into you. It almost feels a satisfaction. You look at it and it smiles and it throws its head back like in some glorious acceptance of victory it has just received. And it swells its arms outward as it's been reinvigorated. And at the same time, you, Sheppy, feel life force within you leave your body. You are drained one. Okay.
Okay.
Drained. That is basically take a status penalty equal to the value you're drained one on constitution-based checks such as fortitude saves. You also lose hit points equal to your level times the drained value, and your maximum hit points are reduced by the same amount. When you get a full night's rest, your drained value is reduced by 1. So your maximum hit points value is going to drop by 1, as well as your current hit points. You need a full night's rest to recover from that. If you're drained 2, which will happen if you are attacked again and fail another save, it's going to be even worse. The maximum you can be is drained 4. That's information I reveal to you. Okay? So take notice that you're feeling a weakness overwhelm your body. It's your turn, Sheppy. As this weakness overwhelms you, you're pulling this body along as best you can, but you're being overwhelmed. Your friends have abandoned you. One lies to your left, dying or dead perhaps, but you have this new companion who seems to be breathing. You've got a good grip on her, and you're pulling her out the door.
Okay, tell me something. Is Marshall dead? Dead or what? What's going on with his character?
He went down. He is motionless. You don't know.
All right, you tell me if I can do this. Sheppy, with adrenaline pumping, he puts one hand on Marshall's leg, one on the half-elf, and pulls with all his might to the door.
You're going to move 5 feet. You're going to
behind him.
Here's what's going to happen. If you would like to pull him as well, it's going to take all your actions to do this.
And close the door behind me?
Yes. It's going to take all your actions to do this. And what you are going to attempt is basically to move 5 feet into the corridor, shutting the door, while pulling 2 bodies in at the same time. Okay, so you're going to pull one in, you're going to let one go and shut that door. However, to do this marvelous heroic action, you're going to have to make an athletics check to pull it off. If you fail, you'll get 1 body through the door. If you critically fail, you can't get either one through the door and you waste your turn. You will have to make an athletics check for this. Do you have a hero point, just in case?
Unfortunately, don't.
Okay, I'll decide the DC. It's going to be a simple base DC. And, okay, it's going to be tough. This is going to be risky. This is going to take a lot of effort from you.
You want a public roll?
This can be public. So go ahead, Kyle. Make that roll for him.
Oh, boy.
The DC for this was 20. You managed to pull yourself out of the hallway and shut the door with not one, but both these bodies, one of which is your companion. That was fantastic.
Help me!
That was an expert difficulty level. And you pulled it off with a 20 in athletics that you are not good at, but it was only 5 feet. The real trick was, were you going to be able to shut the door after getting one or both bodies through? You did it. So with that, I'm going to give you a hero point.
Very heroic indeed.
And that's your turn. Now we're going to go to Althea. We are not out of the encounter just yet. What's in your mind, Althea? Do you continue to run? I know you stopped briefly and looked behind you. What are you doing? You see your friends.
Honestly, I really... She's gonna 3-action heal. She sees that Marshall's down. She doesn't know who Alara is. They haven't met yet. And even still, any kind of introduction, Althea was around the corner.
All right.
And just the state of Sheppy. So let me get that cast.
Are they all within 30 feet?
Yeah.
Sheppy's actually in the square between them, but, you know.
Well, to Marshall's 25 feet, so.
You got it then. Okay. D10.
So everybody gets 13 hit points.
All right, Marshall, you hold on. However, Alara, you receive 13 hit points. You begin to awaken from this energy jolt. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I have to get used to this. I thought I had it. Sheppy, you get 13 points. Easy. You feel it. Laura.
Mm-hmm.
You are unconscious. You are not dying. However, you do take damage. You're going to be dying 1. It's not critical. It's dying 1. Now,
Here we go again.
Marshall. This is great. Marshall. You don't have any hero points. I'm going to roll a dice for you. This is going to be public. This is going to be a d20 roll. It's going to be public. You want a roll of greater than 10 on this. Okay? This is going to play into our narrative here. There's no modifiers to this flat check. You scored a 6. We're going to go to Alara. Yeah, I'm going to keep you there. Laura, I want you to make a recovery roll. You need an 11 or greater to stabilize.
Trying to remember where recovery is.
Just a flat d20. Down at the bottom, you'll see the dice roller. You'll see a d20. 10. You failed. You are now dying 2. And as this is happening, well, let's go back to Althea. Althea, you did spend 3 actions, right, on that?
I did, yes.
All right, so we're right. Thought maybe I skipped your action.
I do have a healer's kit.
Okay, we'll get to that in a moment. As this is going on, you hear a scrape against the outside of the door. But the door doesn't move. Remember, it was a stone secret door, according to the goblin. Sheppy, you're next.
I'm not good at it, but I'll give it a shot.
What are you doing?
I'm going to pull out my healer's kit.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt first aid.
Are we still in battle?
We're still in encounter mode.
No, I can't do that then.
Only because initiative is important, because we're dealing with people dying.
All right, since
Then
I
let's
can't,
just leave someplace safe.
let's get these guys out of here. You grab one, I'll grab the other. We'll just pull them out,
Yeah, or drag them. Yeah.
drag them out.
Okay, well, you have 3 actions, Sheppy. It's your turn. What are you doing?
All right, I'll take Marshall because he's probably heavier,
Okay.
and I will dash to the south as far as I can go.
All right, so you can move 25 feet, and that'll be all your actions. So move him 25 feet. He's actually next to the door, so
Are you saying I have both of them, or
only one.
okay?
And that's all your actions. So you're moving at half rate. Took 2 actions to move 25 feet. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So you have one more action?
Yeah, I'll move again.
All right, that'll be half. So move 10 feet.
Actually, I got plus 10 movement because of my magic item.
All right, so move 15. 15 more feet. All right, that's good. And we're going to go to Althea. So
I had one more move, didn't I?
No,
Or no?
no.
Okay.
That was all 3 actions. You moved half with all 3
Gotcha.
actions. So the other body's still there. If you'd like to pick her up and drag her, make an athletics check. No, you know what? Just don't bother with that. Just move half.
Oh, thank God, because I'm at a -2 now. All right, so by the the top part of Alara's cloak, Althea just drags her. She's, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, and drags you. So half speed.
Okay.
I'm at 25.
All right. All right. You can get further as far away as you can. You're still in this chamber, both of you, and you're right at the mouth, heading to the south of this room and out of here. We'll pause for a second as you both stop to catch your breath because there's a lot going on. The hearts are thumping. Once again, you've almost been annihilated. And you're trying to catch your wits about you. You don't hear them pursuing. And you stop and you listen. Okay, so we'll leave it there. Now, Alara.
Mm-hmm.
What's your situation? Where are you? There you are.
Dying too.
Where is the light source in here? Oh, all right, the shield was dropped. The shield was
All right,
glowing.
then I would recast as another action.
Okay, put that somewhere. He don't have a shield anymore, so what are you casting it on?
Your shoes.
Yeah. I'll recast my light up Skechers.
And suddenly your feet glow once again so you can see properly. And then you grab at this new character and you pull her forward into the chamber. So feel free to move yourself up to where Sheppy is as you've reached close to the mouth opening here. And you just briefly take a pause for a second because you're overwhelmed with all this effort of pulling these big human bodies. In the case of this new person, it's actually an elf, Althea. Elven descent. Now, coming back to this new character. According to this, you're dying too, correct?
Yep. She only got a 10 on her recovery.
Right. So, coming back to you, let's see you make another recovery roll. But you don't have any hero points.
Here we go again.
Yep, you're trying to hang in there.
You want a high roll?
Yep. She needs a 12 or greater. Just a straight up D20.
If I can actually get the D20 to work.
Okay.
There you go.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
17. Okay, you decrease your dying to 1. You're now dying 1. Okay, Sheppy and Althea, what would you like to do at this stage? Marshall,
I'm going to give.
go ahead. What are you doing,
Yeah.
Jesse?
All right. Who?
You.
Okay. I'm going to give my healer's kit. Or I'm going to ask Althea, do you have a kit or no?
I do not. That's
All right,
something I've never carried. We've always used Farley's.
I'll give you mine, because I'm sure your medicine is better than mine.
I'm actually quite frightened at the moment. I don't think I can keep my hands steady enough.
We
All
have, we have to.
AKA, I have a +3. I don't know what yours is now.
-1.
Okay, plus is much better. All right, maybe my hands are steadier than yours. Yours have cramped up from dragging Marshall.
I don't know why I have this thing. I can't use it. Here.
All right. So I'll perform first aid, or treat their wounds for both of them.
Okay,
So that'll
take
be
20
like
minutes.
20 minutes, yeah.
Did we get a
I-
hit? Or, never mind.
Alright. I will try to do Alara's first.
Okay.
If I don't pass, I would like to use my hero point.
Okay. 15 or greater.
I will use a hero point.
You will.
Oh, thank gosh.
Wow.
15.
All right. Close
Woohoo!
ones. Close
It's a good
ones.
thing I had that extra hero point.
2d8.
2d8, right?
2d8.
Yeah, so that's
Ooh.
13 for Alara.
Lara, you gain 13 hit points. You are conscious. You wake up as you feel these little fingers upon your body, and your eye catches the sight of this gnome. Bright-faced, though mud is covered on her cheeks. She's wrapping your bandages. You feel much better. So click on your token, get rid of the dying condition, and you are not wounded. Now, to understand this, whenever you recover from dying, you automatically gain the wounded condition. Usually it's wounded 1. And basically that condition will stay with you until you receive some actual bandaging up by someone using the treat wounds skill. Magic won't do it. No healing spells will take away your wounded condition. But getting any kind of natural healing will. And in this case, you just receive that natural healing. And therefore, your wounded condition is gone. You don't really get it. It's bad wounded conditions, as Marshall will attest. So right now, you have 13 hit points, and you are conscious, you are prone, and thus flat-footed. Okay, so you see what's happening in front of you. You're confused. You don't know what's happening, actually. I'm going to end the encounter mode. So you can close your initiative trackers if you have them open. Now, as you begin to come to, this is it. Marshall,
Yo.
you're going to make one final roll. Not me, but you. I want you to make, it's going to be tough. You're going to need a 15 or greater on D20. There's no modifiers. This is your final roll for Marshall. And if you roll a critical failure on this, something is going to happen. So 15 or greater. No hero point? Okay.
No hero point.
And that is
He gets a hero point after the combat, right?
yes, that is also a critical failure. Which means something is about to happen. And it's not good.
I actually have to get off for the night. I ended up staying way later.
I know. What's going to happen? I'll describe this for you, Rachel, before you go. As you apply the bandages to your friend here, suddenly you hear a groan come in the direction of Sheppy. You both your eyes, Sheppy and Althea, you look down and see the body of Marshall begin to move. His flesh is white. His fleshlet sickened. His eyes suddenly blaze open, and they're just milky white. There's nothing there. You hear a moan and a groan begin to come from his body. He begins to make an effort to stand as he begins to groan in this horrific sound. You'll die, you'll die. And we're going to roll initiative. As he begins to stand himself up to attack you, Sheppy. And with that, we're going to say good night to Rachel because she's off tonight. So say your goodbyes, Rachel, and
Bye,
hope for the
everybody.
best. See ya.
Yeah.
Hi, Rachel.
Good luck. Let me know if I need to re-roll a new character. Take care. See you guys next week. Bye.
Take care, Rachel. All right, so what we need to do here, Kyle, I think I'm going to give you control of this. Let me see. How do I put this on the map, though? Because this is not... Marshall's back, but he's come alive.
And not in a good way either.
Nope, not in a good way. Sorry, Kyle. I tried, but you just went down. Oh well.
It's the job.
Yeah.
I tried.
So give me a second here. In fact, at 9:30, let's take a break while I set this up and figure out what to do. So everybody, we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break, get some refreshments and goodies, hit the John or whatever you want to hit.
I might not be here when
That's right.
you get back. I'm
Okay.
going to be leaving here soon, but I'll be back on.
You will when you get home from work. All right.
Yep.
All right, so everybody take a 5-10 minute break, and we'll pick up from
God
there.
damn it.
I know. We'll be right
I
back.
was hoping he would have lived.
All right, folks, we're going to intermission. Be back. All right, we're back. We're going to pick up with part 2. I have to fix my camera. I kind of frozen in a happy mode. Let me fix that. Should have did this before I went live again. It's okay. More editing. There we go. Okay. So here we are back again, part 2 for tonight. Jesse stepped out. He'll be back in shortly. A few minutes. He'll be back joining us playing Sheppy. Rachel, of course, she's out for the night. She usually quits a little bit early on us, but she'll be back next Sunday. We got to start doing sessions earlier, I think. Start around 5:30 or something instead of 6:30. But that'd be great if we could. We'll see. But in the meantime, we're going to pick up where we left off. The companions stumbled across a new character, a new adventurer, perhaps, someone of mystery, or perhaps an enemy that caused the downfall of Marshall. Yes, Marshall seems to have been lost in an ensuing combat, a battle against undead creatures with menacing blades. Marshall was felled. And so was the new arrival to the companions, someone known as Alara, but we'll get to that. So bad was it, only Sheppy and Althea remained, and managed to grab both of their companions, including this new arrival, pulled them to safety, shut the door behind the stone secret door that led to this encounter, and pulled those bodies as far as they could before they just couldn't go any further. They stopped to catch their breath right at the exit to this chamber, surrounded by bones, dirt, and death. Althea got quickly underway with the bandages, trying to heal this new companion for fear that Marshall might have been slain, and there was no hope for him. But suddenly, the body of Marshall began to move in a ghastly, horrible way. Its eyes sprung open, milky white, flesh pallid, white, sickly, covered, of course, in wounds and gashes. Began to stir, began to move, it began to growl. It began to stand up in a threatening posture against Sheppy and Althea and their new friend, perhaps. And this is where we're going to pick up with part 2. As Marshall, or what was Marshall, is about to attack the companions. Everybody's in the initiative tracker. I'll roll for what was Marshall. And you guys can roll. You're going to use the default of perception, so just hit that big D20. See what you get. Out of the frying pan into the fire. technically, so you could argue, in the case of Althea, that she could use her medicine skill to roll initiative. And if it was high enough, higher than her perception, she might want to do that. Oh, I was hard at work doing... Yeah, because that makes sense. That's what she's doing. That's where her mind is when
I
this...
mean, she was treating wounds.
Yeah, but was it higher than her perception? I would say it would be an option. She could choose to do that if she wanted. I don't know if it's higher.
I don't have access.
Actually, it might be, if she's skilled in it. She's trained in perception, but if she's expert in medicine, they're both based on wisdom, so she would actually be better at it. I'm just curious now. Yeah, her medicine is... she's untrained? I don't think you can try. Let me look here. It's been a few weeks since I played. I forgot how to play, Kyle.
Well, I mean, we've been doing other things.
To treat wounds, you must be trained. It's a trained action. Althea is not trained in medicine. But I'll let it go this time. Because what's said is done.
Well,
But-
now we know anyway.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you have to be trained in medicine skill to be able to even attempt the treat wounds action. The only thing you can do untrained with the medicine skill is what's called the administer first aid. And it has a couple effects. One, it can stop bleeding if you're taking what's it called? Persistent bleed damage. It can be used to stop that. Or it can be used to stabilize someone who's dying. Could be used for that. Untrained. But we'll let this go, because I think it's all our mistake as far as that's concerned. I totally forgot. And Alara, go ahead and roll your d20. In the combat tracker, right-click on the fist. I think you know where to find it. And just click on that big D20.
Trying to find that.
Combat tracker is found at the top of the chat.
Found it.
It's a big fist. If you right click it, it'll make it a pop out window so you can always see it. Because normally when you're playing with Foundry, you kind of always want the chat on display for you. So if you need to open a different directory, just right click on it and it'll open a separate window. Okay, with that we're going to begin encounter, this dark encounter. This dark encounter. And of course Althea has cast her light spell on her shoes once again. The room is aglow with magical white energy. Okay. What was Marshall is up first. It begins to stand up and pull itself up from the ground. It will do so and is no longer prone. It has no weapons in its hands, but it does have some nasty-looking fingernails. Give me a number between 1 and... No, I don't need a number. I'm going to roll. It turns on Sheppy first. And it's going to attack. As it reaches out towards Sheppy with a menacing claw.
That'll hit.
And it hits. It's going to be normal damage. 1 point. Really? What did I do? Just attack with Althea?
That's the thing, you have to re-roll that one.
And what did I do here? I'm attacking with Althea. Whoops. All right, skip all that. Even though she got a 20 on her attack roll, we're going to discount that because I was on the wrong creature. Okay. I knew that didn't look right. All right,
That will still hit.
that's going to be a critical hit on Sheppy.
Yep.
Let me make these
Yep,
blind.
he's down.
Sheppy is stricken. 26 points of slashing damage. And as Sheppy falls to the ground with a scream, ah! He will be dying too because that was a critical hit. Althea is going to be next. Althea, first off, lets out a scream. Ah, Sheppy, no! As she would do. Let's see what her spells are looking like. I'm sure it's looking pretty rough. It's an interesting little cantrip. Disrupt undead. It's a cantrip. It is one action, I hope. Is it one action? Oh, it's 2 actions. Oh, she's casting it at level 2. You lance the target with energy. You deal 1d6 positive damage, plus your spellcasting ability modifier. The target must attempt a basic fortitude save. If the creature critically fails the save, it is also enfeebled. So that's going to take 2 of her actions, but before she does that, out of fear, she begins to scuttle backwards and before she stands up. I'm going to count this as 1 action for her because she's only going to here and her back is against the wall. She pulls herself away from what's happening here. She's confused. She's not sure what's happening, but she sees that this dark energy has overcome Marshall. His eyes are milky white. He just looks grotesque and sickly, menacing. And just out of instinct, she throws her hand up in the air and she chants some words that you cannot understand. And this energy comes out of her and towards Dane. It will affect Dane. And Dane alone. So it's just a basic save here. No attack roll? No.
Basic save.
Okay, let's roll the damage to see how it affects. It's going to be 2d6 plus 4. Okay, 9 points is dealt. It has to make a save. Now, Dizzy, the way when it's set, when you get a savings throw, it's called a basic save. The word is important. There's savings throws and then there's basic savings throws. Whenever you see the word basic save, it means that it affects damage, very much the way it does in 5e. Success, you take half damage. Critical success on the save, no damage. Failure, you take damage, whatever was rolled. Critical failure, you guessed it, you take twice the damage. And that's how it works with any save called a basic save, right? So in this case, the creature rolled, Althea rolled a 9 for damage. Boom, positive energy affects this creature. It must make a save, a basic save. It scored a success with a 28. And therefore takes half damage. Rounded up, so this would be 5 points. We'll only take 5 points of damage. And that's how that works. Having a little teaching session today with our new player. New Pathfinder 2 player. And that's it. She's done. Sheppy's going to be next. Well, he won't be, actually. He's going to be changed in initiative order to one above Marshall. So 26. That's his new initiative order. So when you die, you always are. Your position in the initiative order is changed to just before the creature that slew you. So that's why he was changed and moved in order. So he's just before the undead Marshal. So next is actually Alara. You're up next. You have 3 actions and a reaction. And Sheppy's up next.
She's still trying to get her bearings straight. She's looking around, seeing how she doesn't know exactly where she is. She's going to try and attempt to stand, if possible, considering how she's still extremely groggy. She's completely confused on where she is, because she remembers being in the tunnel. She remembers the fight, but she doesn't remember how she got here.
All right. You can stand up without any problem. Takes an action to stand up. So remove your prone condition. Just basically right-click it. And that gets rid of your flat-footed. Flat-footed, essentially what it does, it happens when you're prone, it happens when you're flanked. If you're familiar with flanking in 5e, same thing. Except its effect is to reduce your armor class by 2. So you don't want to be flat-footed. It happens also when you're climbing, you're considered flat-footed. When you're prone, you're flat-footed. So you're -2 to your armor class. So because you stood up for an action from prone, you're no longer flat-footed. So your armor class is back in full. Okay, you got 2 actions.
Now, seeing she's gonna be looking around, trying to now get herself reoriented. She kind of remembers the creature behind her, kind of the one that's down to her left.
That's goblin name, Sheppy.
And as she turns to look at the tall figure standing in front of her, she feels something kind of tugging at the back of her mind, like she feels like she kind of knows this person, but she doesn't.
Roll a perception, blind.
Okay.
As you look over this tall warrior, undead warrior, your eyes are immediately drawn. Marshall, or Kyle,
Yo.
how prominently displayed are the markings of the heraldry
very proudly displayed. It's a sort of a dark forest green. Got a bright silver marshal's badge imbued on the left breast.
Okay, so
Several battle honors underneath.
she can see it clearly. She has, in fact, seen this marking before in the past. So, Alara, you do recognize that heraldic mark on his tabard or his front tunic. You recognize it. It's from the fall of Lastwall, the opponents that stood against you and your father and the minions he commanded. This was someone who served in that opposition to you. A soldier, perhaps. It's hard to tell, but at this stage, this creature is turning about to face you. So your first concern is your safety. What is your next move?
I hear a heavy sign. What's going on?
I'll fill you in a second. You have 2 actions remaining. Alara? How do you react?
She, looking at Marshall, she feels the blood in her veins just slow to a stop as she begins to realize that she's seen the herald markings before, and it starts to terrify her that she might have encountered this person on the battlefield long ago. And it just it's causing her to almost be gripped with fear.
Okay. As you sit here kind of stunned, I'm going to take away an action. You have 1 action remaining. What would you like to do? You could lash out at him violently. In that case, I'll allow you to draw a weapon and still attack. Or you can recoil and fall back towards the wall, or seek cover. Or perhaps there's a magic spell in your mind that you can unleash on this foe. He's definitely looking aggressive and turning to strike at you. You have 1 action remaining.
In her haze of panic, she can only think of the spell shield, and so she's going to try and cast that as quickly as possible.
Excellent. Give yourself a hero point. Good choice. Describe what that looks like. What does this magical sorceress shield look like as it appears in front of you and in the sight of your friend, Althea? Sheppy, of course, is down. Not a good night tonight for the players. What does it look like? This big
as she
energy.
casts the shield spell, once the attack begins to fall, you can see this pulsing light purplish glow as it pulses, and almost in a spider-like design is just surrounding her.
Nice.
In a way.
Nice. I can see it. Okay, you have 2 hero points now? Okay, excellent. All right, so this big energy shield appears between you and your foe. And we're going to go to the next round. Now, you there, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm here. I see him dead. What happened?
Yeah, you remember Marshall, as you pulled him out, he came awake, alive, essentially, but not as Marshall. He is, in effect, this abomination that stands before you. You can only imagine that the thing that had felled him had brought him back to an unlife existence. And now this new marshal has turned and attacked aggressively. Althea reeled back in horror, casting some magical energy that would affect an undead creature, perhaps, and it did. But also, it turned on you and it lashed with a claw. It has no sword, it has no weapon, but it lashed at you, and it was just enough to drop you. And thus, you are dying, and you are unconscious, and I moved you in the initiative
too?
order.
I'm dying too.
Yes, it was a critical hit. And you're going to need to make your flat check +2, so you need a 12 or greater to make your recovery roll. Good luck. 13, you are successful. Reduce your dying by 1.
I did have a hero point. I still have one. I could use it to just stabilize.
Well, you already made the roll.
All right.
You still have the next turn. But this creature is not interested in you. You dropped.
Who else is down?
And I think you succeeded at your fortitude save. Or no, that doesn't matter here. No one else, just you.
All right.
It turns to face Alara, however. Let me check something. Yes. And it lashes at you, Alara, with a claw that becomes reaching towards your flesh. It's going to attack. It clumsily misses you. You easily step aside. It does so a second time with the other hand, a series of claws reaching towards you. The second one does scratch along the surface of your flesh, tearing your clothes. Your arm is bleeding. Your armor class is 18, however. It does not score critical. It does some damage. You're going to take 13 points of slashing damage as this claw rakes your flesh.
I'm down.
Drop to the ground. That's unfortunate. Mark yourself at dying. Dying 1. As you collapse once again. And I'm going to move you in the initiative. Darn it. What is happening? It's okay. There we go. So you collapse to the ground once again. Sheppy? No, not you. The creature turns to the last standing character in the room, which is the frightened Althea. It looks towards her. His hands drop to his sides, his head bows, and he begins humming. This funeral dirge, very similar to what you've heard before, but this one somehow is different. Althea will need to make a save here. A will save. She begins to shake at the sounds of this voice of her former friend and compatriot. She is now frightened 1. And that will end its turn. Okay. And next up is Althea. And frightened, of course, it's a status penalty equal to your frightened value, in this case 1, to all your checks and DCs. At the end of each of your turns, the value of frightened condition decreases by 1. So the longer it goes by, you recover from it. It's a temporary thing. Yes, so she's got a -1 on her DCs and checks here. Pretty rough. What is she going to do? Wow. Sorry, I'm really thinking here because I have to play her. She's the only one standing. I kind of think she might almost just run away, but I don't think I'm going to do that. Everyone has dropped. Boy, a precarious situation indeed. Well, I was hoping I wouldn't have to do this, but looks like it's going that direction. So, let's play this out. She begins to mutter words. Her hands begin to move about her body. And as she does so, she looks up and you can hear, well, you guys are out. She calls upon the power of Desna once again. And when she does this, suddenly appearing all around her body are these butterflies. Blue-winged butterflies. Maybe a dozen of them. That suddenly turns into 24, until there's almost hundreds of these butterflies all around her so that she can barely be seen and her eyes are looking up. Her eyes are closed. Her head is up. And she is just surrounded by this sanctuary of butterflies, Desna's symbol. Next up is going to be Alara. You're going to make a recovery roll.
Can I spend my hero point to skip the recovery roll?
You can do that. You can stabilize automatically. Take away your hero point. Take away your hero point and remove your dying. And you're good. You are still unconscious and you are still flat-footed. Okay. So you're not dead. Sheppy, likewise. You're up. You're dying 1. Oh no, I'm sorry. You're wounded 1. Give me a roll of D20 flat check.
Can I hero point it? If it's low?
No, this isn't one of those kind of rolls. It's a flat check. You're just gonna make a D20. I'll decide what happens here. All right. Your eyes begin to open. Give yourself 1 hit point. Your eyes begin to open, and you feel this very positive energy surround you. Darkness disappears. Beautiful scents, the sense of open fields and flowers, begins to fill your nostrils. Your head begins to go to left and the right, and as you glance about this lit room, you see where Althea was before. You remember. She was over there against the wall, cowering from this creature. You catch sight of her once again, and she's glowing this bright white light, and you see hundreds of these blue, colorful butterflies all around her, and one flutters close by your face, and you feel its wings as it passes you by, and you breathe in that air. You have 1 hit point. You're no longer unconscious. You are, however, wounded 2, prone. All right, and we're going to go to the creature, who's still singing this song. Doesn't affect you, Sheppy. And it stops suddenly. And it seems confused and pauses, whereas it could at any moment lunge and attack and totally decimate this gnome. But it pauses, blankly staring in her direction. Althea's next. And as these butterflies suddenly begin to disappear and dissipate, the numbers fall. She looks from above to straight ahead in the direction of this creature that has taken over Marshall. And she looks mad. She looks angry. You have no power here over us, you evil thing. Desna's power will be upon you. And she begins to weave once again her magics. Let me take a look again and see what terrible power she unleashes upon this being. Okay, so she has 2 actions. And suddenly materializing out of almost nowhere, right in front of this creature. Let me bring a token on board for this. Let's do that. We'll call this Invisible Creature. It's going to be another torch, but it's not really. But it might as well be, as if wielded by some spiritual being, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. And Sheppy, you can see this now as this scene unfolds before you. Can you remember what her spiritual weapon was before?
Scythe.
What was it?
Scythe.
Oh, a big scythe. A big scythe appears out of nowhere. It just materializes. And that's going to be 2 actions. And our next action is going to be attack with this thing. So it will actually strike. And let me see how that works. This nasty spiritual weapon. It's got quite a bit for it. Weapon strikes and melee spell attacks, regardless of its appearance. Okay. Let's make an attack against the creature. suddenly appears, and in a cutting motion, several cutting motions, it attacks this creature, and it hits solidly. Yeah, it hits solidly. It's going to roll some damage as it impacts Marshall and does a nice solid 11 points of force damage. Let me double check this. Nope, it's good. So it's going to take 11 points of damage. So that was pretty good. That had an impact on him. And with that, we're going to go to Lara. Lara, give me a flat check, D20.
Okay.
Higher the better. Oh. Give yourself 1 hit point. You're no longer unconscious. As you suddenly come awake out of your darkness, a place where you're actually pretty comfortable, normally. But in this case, not so much. Your eyes begin to open. And as they do, briefly, you catch some flying insect. Just for a split second, you see it flutter by your face and disappear. You feel an energy about yourself that you haven't felt before. It's different. You're not accustomed to it. Whereas in the past you might have felt pain and agony, in this case you feel something much more embracing and loving. It's something different, something familiar to the embrace of a mother. And at that thought, suddenly, a tear begins to form in your eyes. And your eyes begin to well up in tears. They become wet. Let you play with that. So you're no longer unconscious. And you're wounded 2, so increase that. Because this is the second time you've died. So be careful, you guys. All right. And you're good. So you're no longer unconscious. And you have 1 hit point. Next, we're going to go to Sheppy. You are at 1 hit point. You get your 3 actions back. So.
Okay, so this is what I want to do.
What?
Sheppy has small pockets sewn in his shirt. It's in my character description, in my equipment. For easy access, he wants to secretly, while he's still laying prone, playing dead, he's going to pop a healing potion and drink it.
Okay. It's going to take 1 to root around, 1 more to drink. So 2 actions to get 12 hit points back. Okay, add 12. You got 1 action left.
Just a second here. Okay. Won't let me open up my character.
What are you trying to do?
I'm looking for a 1-action spell. I think I have shield, but I can't link it right now.
Give yourself 12 hit points. That's the first thing you should do.
I can't even click up my character. I have to restart.
You do not have shield.
No? Okay.
All right,
Hold on.
you got your 13 hit points. You're good with that. Yeah, Kyle, you have access to his character.
Yep,
You can
I
help
got
him out.
access.
You know what? I'll recall knowledge from the ground.
Okay. I want you to make religion.
You'll have to do it, Kyle.
I'm on it.
Thank you.
So a recall knowledge check is something you can do with most any skill. And basically it's where you try and remember things relating to that skill about something. In this case, a creature. He's trying to recall, have I read about anything or heard anything about creatures like this? Are these undead beings? You're pretty sure it's undead. I decide what skill applies. Sometimes it's a choice. The player makes the roll, and I decide what information they learn based on how successful their roll was. In this case, nope. Let me check the level of this creature because that determines the DC. Okay. And that would be, okay. Nothing springs to mind other than the fact that this has something to do with the undead, those that live after passing on. It's quite obvious. It's quite obvious that this, whatever these creatures were that slew Marshall, somehow infected him into an undead being. That's all you can tell.
Okay. I'm
Now,
done.
normally in the rules, if you fail a recall knowledge, you can't attempt any further checks. It'd have to be an incredibly big change of situation. However, I allow re-rolls or more checks on a failure if it's during an encounter. The reasoning behind this is a house rule. The reasoning behind this is because in the high stakes events of a combat where you're dealing with 6-second rounds and stuff, your mind could get confused. You might miss something, and you might later on remember some detail that you forgot before. That can happen here. So you are allowed to continuously roll, even if you get a failure. But the player never knows if he fails. He doesn't know what he gets. But just keep that in mind. You can keep repeating these checks during combat. Normally you can't do it after a failure. But combat, you can.
Gotcha.
Now, what that was is up to you to figure out, but that's the information you garnered. And again, folks, tonight I'm talking a little more about rules because I got a new player tonight. I'm trying to, help her out. This is a learning campaign. Okay, Sheppy, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Can the creature attack the spiritual weapon? I don't think so. Tell you what. Kyle, do you want to play Althea? I'm going to let you do that. Because I did what I wanted to do. From this point, I can let you play. I think you have permission. No, you don't.
He's in the bathroom.
Okay.
He sent a message.
All right, I'm going to make him owner of Althea for the rest of this session. Because I wanted to do what I wanted to do. Now we'll let him look up that stuff and take care of it. All right, so How dare he go to the bathroom in the middle of a game? What's the matter with him? All right, let's go back to this and put this in the chat. And we'll let him decide. But I want to put this, where is it? Spiritual weapon, which I cast. Let me hit that button. And let's put it in the chat. Oh, there it is. The weapon doesn't take up space, grant flanking, or have any other attributes a creature would. Ah, okay. The weapon can't make any attack other than its strike. And feats or spells that affect weapons do not affect it. Okay, that's interesting. The weapon's strikes are melee spell attacks, which I used. Regardless of appearance, the weapon deals force damage equal to 1d plus your spellcasting ability modifier. Okay, we did all that. No other statistics, traits, or anything apply. Blah, 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 blah. When you cast the spell, the weapon appears next to a foe. You choose within range and makes a strike against it. Each time you sustain the spell, she has to use the sustain action, much like you
She
do.
has to sustain it to keep it moving.
Right. Each time she does that, she can move the weapon to a new target within range, if needed, and strike with it. The spiritual weapon uses and contributes to your multiple attack penalty. All right. One more. A weapon made of pure magical energy appears. The weapon has a ghostly appearance and manifests as a club, a dagger, a deity's favorite weapon. I don't know why she chose scythe.
I love what she did.
Isn't Desna's symbol the
Butterfly.
the star knife?
Yeah, that's Star Knife.
Cool.
Yeah, she chose a scythe. Okay, that works. I was always telling her to do a giant lollipop. You know what I'm talking about, right, Jess?
Yeah, I do.
No.
Critical role.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so I'm going to let you play Althea from this point on, because
Okay.
I did what I wanted to do, and you just don't have a character at this point, so. So you get 3 actions.
Oh my. She's gonna yell out, run, flee, go, run.
Now, both the other PCs, they're conscious.
So they can hear me.
I can hear you. I
Yeah.
have hit points. I'm just playing dead.
I
Yeah.
can hear you, but I'm just bleeding.
Yeah, so they both have hit points, so they're up and awake. They can take actions next turn. Sheppy did, but he didn't get up. So, yeah. And this creature seems to be taking a pause as it's just finishing up this song, this chant of death. And unless you sustain this spell, I'll get rid of
I
this
will
token.
cast 1 action to sustain,
Okay.
and then another action to scream, run, and then she's gonna book it. 25 feet, trying to get back to the safe room.
You have another action to run if you want.
Nah, I'll wait there just to make sure everybody comes out.
All right, you can spend an action shield.
Yeah, I'll do that.
'Cause you
Action
get another
shield.
action. Okay.
My fear effect is gone now, correct? My frightened 1.
That goes away now. Well, it reduces
Gotcha.
by 1. I think that eliminates it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Next up. It's going to be round 2, or is this 3? I don't know what it is, but Alara, you're up. Sheppy, you're after her. So,
Get out of here.
and you can understand Althea, she's speaking in common. Now, it's going to take an action to stand, and then you got 2 actions remaining to just run. If you want to do that. You can do whatever you want. But, you don't know these people.
Hearing-
You don't know these people, but for all intents and purposes, they saved you. You're getting that impression. So that's about all you can go on, really. Do you run?
She's she's gonna take her first action to wait. You already said she's standing, correct?
She'll have to spend an action to stand.
Okay. After hearing Althea, she is going to attempt to stand.
Okay.
Try and get her legs underneath her, so
Okay.
as she had taken quite a fall to the ground after the attack.
Okay. You could move through that spiritual weapon there. It's not going to block your movement if you want.
It's ethereal, yeah.
Seeing how close she is to creature, she is going to do a prayer to Shellin, and she is going to book it where she saw Althea take off to.
Now, to move your token, there's a couple ways to do it. One is your keyboard. You can use the arrow keys to move left, right, up, down, and diagonal. You could do it that way. You could also drag your token with the left mouse. Now, as you drag it, you can create little waypoints while you drag it by hitting the space bar. Keep holding down the left mouse button, but every time you hit that space bar, you'll create a waypoint. That's how you would go around corners or avoid moving into specific hexes. Create those little waypoints. And when you're done, release the left mouse button, and it will automatically follow that path. That's 10, 15. We'll count that as 15.
Okay.
So you can keep going, whatever your maximum is. 25.
I think it's 30.
25.
25, okay.
Okay. So you're at 15. You can move diagonal, and every second diagonal is an extra 5 feet. So that's why you're at 15. I'll let you move diagonal there. So you're 15. And 20. Let's see, 20 and right. Oh, that would be 20 right there. That's 20. 25 would be in the same square as Althea. You could keep on moving or follow her.
She is going to follow Althea.
Okay, so you'll hold your ground then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, you are done. Very good. Sheppy, you hear the trample of feet all around you. Althea has disappeared. The newcomer has also risen and made off.
He's going to spend an action, get up.
Okay.
And as he's moving away, he says, "Sorry, my friend. I tried."
Oh, that's sad.
It's too soon, Chappy.
Yeah, that was
Stop
weird. That got even me.
Fucking onion ninja got me again, damn it.
Wow. All right, and he just disappears out of sight, leaving everybody behind. See you, girls.
Later.
All right, disappears out of sight, and next would be the creature, but it does not pursue. Not this round. Seems to be distracted by something. But regardless, your turn is up next, and you can continue down the path into that chamber that Sheppy is located. And
Yeah, Althea's gonna keep moving until she gets to the safe room.
all right, I'll drag you both in that room. And we'll end this encounter because it does not seem to be pursuing. Now, is this the safe room?
No, safe room's upstairs. But this is
Oh.
a sort of a safe haven. We can shut that door.
And the door slams behind you. Alara, the newcomer, has closed it.
It is the secret door, so we could turn those knobs so it locks
Oh yeah,
again.
that's right. That's that secret door in this kitchen, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Althea will turn the knobs, since she's the one who found them out. She'll turn the knobs and lock everything back up.
Yep, that's how it works. Quick thinking. So as she does that, suddenly there's that rumble again, and the wall begins to close in. And you're all panting pretty heavy as you enter this chamber. Now, Alara, you don't know where you are. You don't know what's going on. You have no clue. All you recall is being in the woods, hearing howls, getting scared, falling, getting wet, and making your way up this corridor towards light and voices. And everything after that is a blur because it went into this screams of terror and battle. And suddenly, here you are now, catching your breath after having almost died at least once, maybe more. And here standing in front of you is this gnome and this just as tall goblin. What do you do?
The she just starts throwing out all these questions like, who are you? Where are we? What's going on? Why is everything happening? Like, her mind is in absolute chaos because she's trying to understand what hell has happened since she had stepped out of that doorway.
I'll tell you what, kind of try to fill her in as best she can, telling her about the gauntlight, their mission to the gauntlight, about how they lost Dane and now Marshall, and how they were hired to investigate and stop Belcora. And she'll take quite a bit of time and explain the situation.
Sheppy is standing by the door, kind of looking down at his feet. He's not saying anything. He's obviously upset.
Then Althea will move over to console Shippy.
And as a reminder, I took away your bracelets of dashing.
Dashing.
Yeah, it only had 4 rounds left on it, so that's like 20-some seconds. So that's gone.
Yeah, it's a once per day thing.
And
Well, Althea, we lost another one.
with the light emanating from Althea's feet, lighting up this whole room, you see, Alara, that this is some type of kitchen. There's a stove immediately to your left. There's a skeleton lying on the floor next to Althea near the table. The table is cluttered with stuff. Underneath, boxes have been overturned. There's all kinds of utensils and tools for cooking. The wall furthest from you, where the portal was that you entered this chamber, obviously some type of secret door. But now that it's closed, you see that it's decorated with all manner of spoons and forks and knives, many of which are turned sideways in a strange manner. Sheppy informs you that, therein lies the mechanism to unlock the secret chamber. You must turn the spoons a certain way and the daggers another. And they figured this out, particularly Sheppy, with Althea's help. And this is where you sit at the moment. Cobwebs. This place hasn't been used in forever. And the skeleton. Very unsettling. But here you find yourselves. As Althea tries to catch her breath, we need to heal. Maybe we should do that right away. And I'll leave that to you, Kyle. If she has, she can't use treat wounds. I take that back.
She can't.
Wow.
She can on me, though. She hasn't done it to me yet.
Well, she can't because she's not trained in medicine. You have to be trained to use that.
Oh.
Yeah. Are you trained in medicine?
No. I'm a -1.
Yeah. I think it's time for you guys to get back to Atari then. Unless Alara has some skills.
She is not trained in medicine.
Oh boy.
No,
we need to go back.
she's skilled in other things, but not medicine.
I think it's time to call a big pineapple and get back to Atari for a little bit.
We do have the elevator for a quicker way out. Kinda.
If
Um,
you can remember where it is.
I remember.
Sheppy, not forget.
Yeah.
And Althea is going to suggest, just a brief return to Atari since they don't have healer's tools. They don't know where Farley went. No idea what the hell's going on. To get out of Dodge and recuperate.
Alara is... She brings her hands up to her hood, and she whispers softly, "It would not be a wise idea for me to go into town."
There's a druid circle outside.
You know about this druid circle. There is a gnome there that you had met, Alara, named Whirlwind. You can write that down as best you can. I'm not going to spell it. I don't have access to the actual spelling, actually. But his name...
Shipping no whirlwind.
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 Yeah, that's his name. And he's like the guy in the know around the druid circle. And the druid circle, it's this little pond with standing stones all around it. It's on the map. You'll be able to see it. And it's a gathering point for those nature goers and those that that are druids, that worship nature and other deities.
Alara stresses on what she says again. It would not be wise for me to go into town.
It's not in town. It's on the outskirts.
I can take you to him. I actually have some business with him.
Yes, Sheppy can take you to him.
No,
And I'll go find us some help.
No, you don't understand why I can't.
Well, do you have somewhere to go?
There is no home for what I am.
And what are you? That you're so mysterious. What is it?
Alara very hesitantly brings her hands up to her hood, taking a deep breath, just feeling every muscle in her body against what she's about to do. Slowly brings her hood back and looks up at them with red eyes and opens her mouth wide enough to show off her elongated fangs and mutters sadly, I'm a dampier.
At that point, Marshall breaks the door down, screaming about undead.
You're one of those. I knew I heard you talking to a skeleton. Or undead back there. You were talking to it. But you seem to be with us, right? You're not against us, are you?
I do not think I am with them. If I was, would they have attacked me?
Why are you down here then? What brings you here?
I do not have much of a memory of why I came down here.
We heard a child screaming. That's why we came. Was this you?
That was not me.
Do you know about this?
You know,
I know.
you didn't hear any screams while you were there. The only thing you remember, Alara, is just the voices from these people right in front of you talking to you now. That's who you heard. But you don't remember a scream.
She looks at them sadly. Seeing what I am and knowing what I'm capable of doing, I might bring more harm to the group than I'm doing good if I go into the town.
Then stay on the outskirts in the forest, on the road, near the road, and we'll go conduct our business and meet you back there.
Yeah, you just tell us where you're gonna camp out, and we'll go get supplies and heal up and get some
more
information.
people. And get
Yeah.
more people.
We gotta find people again. Okay?
I guess that would be around the area where the wind is.
There's a big
Good.
cemetery you could hang out in.
Would not be the best of ideas for me, especially if the priests see me.
Marshall is still breaking that door down, Fritz.
Everybody gets a hero point, by the way, so give yourself another hero point.
But yeah, I think the plan is to now withdraw back to Otari and get some help.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Of course, the door out of this chamber is to the east and the right behind Sheppy. And you can make your way into that big chamber. You see a big room. It looks like a dining room. There's skeletons lying on the floor. There's a big, long table, Ilara, that's covered with plates and overturned mugs, like as if something happened here, like that was sudden. The skeletons on the ground grabbing at their throats. Chairs abruptly pulled out from under the table. And again, this is a very ancient site here. This happened hundreds of years ago. You could tell by the cobwebs and the dust. Although, there is evidence of some recent scuffling going on in here. That, of course, is from the companions, who they'd tell you to, yeah, we had an encounter here with undead creatures. And they lead you together up this set of steps to the north of this chamber. And it's from there you come to a room that they consider their safe room. The door has been smashed down, but before this room, there's another little chamber that has a separate door that you can shut behind you. But this other room that it goes to, a small little chamber, comfortable a sofa chair. Oh, comfortable to sit on. It's been a long time, Alara. There's also a chandelier that spreads some type of magical light, which you can sense. And Sheppy, if you cast Detect Magic, you know that you sense a lot of magic here in this area around you. This is our safe room. or was, because we had a big stash of food and torches, but that's gone now. Somebody broke in and stole it. But we must get going. We must get going. And they lead you out of that chamber to the east, and then to the south through this big library chamber with books spread around. The smell of death and decay is in this room. You quickly make your way out of there and head to the west, and then up another set of steps to a higher level. And it's up in there that it's a short distance from there that you can find your way up even further and out of this chamber. The only thing I will mention is that in these upper chambers, you do hear, as you make your escape to the upper levels, you do hear the shifting of feet, movement from within shadows. And Sheppy and Althea are quick to tell you, oh, don't worry about the Mitflits, those gremlin creatures. They're in alliance with us. And when Althea says this, Sheppy, you kind of frown because you remember your friends who've disappeared or have died recently. Farley Tell, who disappeared, Marshall, who just recently passed away, but more to the point, Dane, who helped befriend and strike an accord with these gremlins. He's gone. And of course, the woman fighter from the north, whose body was never found, but she too is presumed dead. And these accursed ruins, the gauntlight. And you make your way out. The very upper level Alara is like open ruins. Let me check the time of the day here. Yes. You see sunlight, although not much of it. There's a lot of fog in this area, the fog fen where the ruins lie. But the upper level, you can smell the fresher air, if you could call it that. It's set within a fen. It's not the best place, but it's open ruins. For the most part, ceilings have collapsed. What sunlight there is penetrates down, and you can see much better, especially with your low light vision, and dark vision as well. But you make your way out of this place. Let's put it that way. And about 30 minutes down this path, through this wooded area, which now you're becoming familiar with because you've been through these woods before, not along this path, which is known as the Gauntlight Path, something like that. But anyway, you find your way here after about 30 minutes, moving quickly down this path through the woods, and you see Otari. The outskirts thereof, anyway. And relative safety. Now, if you look at the map, somewhere you should see where I'm pinging here. Yeah, there's the stone circle in the pond. That's where Whirlywin dwells. Now, Otari itself, especially from this position, it's set within... It's surrounded by cliffs. The cliffs rise as much as 100 feet above the town itself, but more likely about 30 or 40 feet at most places. And you could see from atop this ledge, you could see the town sprawled about, all set within this border of cliffs. and a river that runs through it. You've been in town. You've been here a few days. You've been recommended the Rowdy Rockfish would be a good place to stay and get a meal. And you briefly did enter the Rowdy Rockfish and did get a good meal, but you found your comfort outside of town. And you know of this stone circle pond. You know of the people that dwell here. These are nature-loving people, clerics, druids. And a Whirlywin, a gnome named Whirlywin dwells here. Now, I'm guessing you haven't met Whirlywin yet. But as your friends guide you back to town and towards this direction, say, you can stay here. They will keep you safe. You don't have to go into town. The people here welcome all with open arms in this stone circle pond, because they themselves are somewhat outcasts, although you're not sure why. Maybe you'll have to ask around. But this is where we'll pick up. You've just arrived. The stone circle is just a mere 30 yards away from the road. What do you guys do? You've made it back to town. It's afternoon.
I think Althea's gonna head to the Dawnflower. And then she'll try to find Arthurian. Fill him in on what's happened.
Okay.
Sheppy's gonna go back to the fishery and fill in. What's her name?
Rinsvixie.
No, the other one, the fishery.
Oh, Tamley.
Yeah,
Tamley.
family.
Yeah,
Tamley Tandervale.
need to know.
Where would you like to go, Alara? You can follow your new friends, these companions of a sort, or you could decide to do your own thing, as you tend to do. It's up to you.
I'm gonna head for bed though. I got work in the morning.
You do. This is where we'll call it.
Jeez.
Let me see what Alara is going to do first, and then we'll call the session. Okay?
She'll probably just stay beside the pond and just lay there.
Okay. All right. You find yourself. You hear. There's about 24 people here, near the lake, and you're welcomed in. Come close. Tell us some stories and we'll share some food and drink with you. You seem new to this area. Come over here. And you're greeted by a small gnome who's draped in green and brown robes and a hood. It's a long nose, white hair. And he invites you over to their fire to enjoy an afternoon meal for some stories to share. Do you accept the invite?
She does after some hesitation.
All right. And you join this little circle of 4 or 5 people. And they welcome you in, friendly, keeping to themselves, not forcing you to, tell us and talk and who are. They just go about eating and welcome. They welcome you. And while this happens, Althea makes her way back to the Dawnflower. And Sheppy, you make your way to the fishery, as you do. So that's where we'll end the session, which is a perfect little spot. You guys can recover, and we'll pick up from here. We'll pick up from what everybody's doing and what happens. So think about what you want to happen from that stage. It's the 26th of Thrast in the afternoon, and the month is almost over. And wow, a lot to think about. Okay?
Yep.
All right, folks, we're going to do our outros so Kyle can get on his way and everybody can relax for the rest of the evening. Great session. I enjoyed it. It was a close one. That was one of the closer ones. A lot going on, a lot of bad die rolls, maybe a bad decision here or there, maybe, but definitely a lot of bad rolls. And that's crazy considering that we had a brand new player tonight who died twice.
Welcome to the party.
And then Kyle's character who died. Period. End of story. So yeah, this was pretty fun, really. Interesting. But you guys pulled it off. You got out of there. What do you think? We'll do our outros. Kyle, what do you think? You're up first.
I had a lot of fun. I mean, I gave Sheppy all my good rolls. I knew what was going to happen. Second I saw them runic engraved swords in that picture, I knew shit was going sideways.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. Got some things to think about, quite a few things to think about. Feat choices and selections and what I'm going to do with that.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of fun though. Got some hamming and maiming. Got a few good shots in on the buggers before they took me. It's always fun. I don't like to go into an empty fight and just be ramrodded like a little newborn baby. I got a few hits in on them buggers. I'm happy with it.
Played well. Well done,
Yeah.
Kyle. Well done. And
Yeah, we'll see you guys on the next one.
we will, Kyle.
See
And
ya.
yeah, Alara, what do you think? How was your first session here with us?
Definitely not something I was expecting,
Yes.
but it's still quite an eye opener.
Yes. You're welcome.
Welcome to Pathfinder.
I am definitely looking forward to the next session that's kind of come up.
Okay. Okay, I hope so. I hope so. I think we scared her off, Jesse. I think we scared her off. No, I think she enjoyed it.
We're all good, right?
So, thank you for playing, Rachel, of course. And we'll be back not next Sunday. What's next Sunday?
Kyle's.
Fine.
Kyle's game, yeah, right. The Wild Beyond will be next. And then after that, I might be back, or I might let Kyle run again because Jesse's going to miss his one shot that he's supposed to run. So we'll figure that out later. But
We'll figure it out.
we will. But yes, Rachel, thanks for playing tonight. And you're also are you gonna play in Kyle's game next? You want to play in that one too?
I could give it a shot. I mean, I'd have to get with him and see.
He can give you a pre-gen. It's not a big deal. I mean, making more than one
Regen,
character,
Or I can help her make one. That's not a problem.
it's all good. So we'll be able to see you more often. Okay.
All right.
And finally, Jesse, you do your outro.
Hey guys, it's Jesse, and yeah, it was definitely a rough one tonight.
Yep, the roughest.
We lost another companion, but with every door that closes, a new one opens. So
Right on.
we'll be all good.
Too soon, Sheppy, too soon.
Yep, you almost brought a tear to my eye when you said that. See you, my friend. Wow. Okay. Damn.
Yeah,
All right.
but it's all good. Till next time.
It's
To
all,
arms, my friends.
yeah, to arms, my friends. It's all good fun is what it is. Because that's what it is. It's fun, folks. And we're going to be back very shortly for the next episode of Abomination Vaults. That'll be episode 39. Can you believe it? 39. We're heading to 40. Great cast of players and characters. It's good fun. Can't wait to play again. So till next time, folks, I hope you enjoyed. Stay tuned for more updates, more game sessions coming, including some other non-Pathfinder games too coming as well. Stay tuned for that. But until next time, folks, you guys hang in there. It's only going to get better. Till next time. Toodaloos!